Yo. This might not be working. You're still muted. Oh, good.
So I know you're shooting for a build tomorrow. How confident do we feel about getting cutting a gameplay snippet within Unity to send out to PR? Not like a trailer, but just something where I can be like, yeah, early access footage, like, because pretty much I want to ask, so before I reach out to like VentureBeat and everybody, it's like, hey guys, we're heading to GDC. We have this game with Meta and wanted to know if you had time to meet. And I just want to showcase the splash and the game. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna send over that sizzle reel anyways. And the one that won us the not like won us the deal, but I'm gonna frame it like, hey, this is the game concept that won us the deal with Meta in terms of design, and here's the progress we've had now, and we're gonna start to go public. So I want the PR to go out, and I also, yeah, um, like we have to do this right, where not that I fucking know like concretely, but if we can get 1 or 2 press releases out, like from How come I can see it? Yeah, I mean, I was looking at it. Palette. It's at Palette Games. Here we go. Live. Yeah, I see them all. Am I tripping? Wait a minute. Maybe it's because... Ah, you know what it is? Okay, some of them are private still. Okay, so I think that's why. Visibility private. Okay. Anyways, I just want to bring that up so we can get ready for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm hoping just to see if we can meet up with some of these.
Mm-hmm.
Again, fresh. Okay, you can unmute.
Cool.
Go to eat. I shall.
Yo.
Just giving you some news. So things are going well.
Wicked.
I've got. So the method I've been using is like much more effective than before.
Sick.
So with the outline
Hmm.
on the food map, for example, I'm at around 170 batches, and if I remove the outline, I count like 50 less batches. So that makes like 120 batches.
Okay.
But like 170, it's not that bad. It's much better than before.
Yeah, that is good.
I was around like 280, so it's much better. But yeah, we have less options. Like for the shader I made so far, you don't have any rim light. It's just like we just have like some 3 layers of cell shading, and then the outline that comes from the render pipeline.
Right.
But it's better because this way I don't have to make several materials with different size of outlines. So it's better. It's much better for batching.
Yeah.
Because I didn't split them up, basically.
Right.
I'm happy with that. Definitely an improvement.
Hmm.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna update all of the materials that use our latest method of atlases, and
Right.
and send it your way.
Okay, sick.
If for tomorrow, if I've got time, I would like to revamp the avatars because I did not touch them so far, and they're still using like big textures.
Mhm.
So that might give a nudge in the right direction for optimization, but I don't know if it's gonna be like a lot. Probably not.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe,
okay.
maybe there are like better areas that need my involvement where I can work on it.
For sure.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Yeah. I think so there's a pretty cool experiment this guy did, which I like. Hold on, here we go. Now this is admittedly with the Quest 1, so this is old, but here you go. I just dropped it in lounge chat. So it basically he basically just like goes through a bunch of different things where it's with single pass. So this is what we're doing, single pass rendering. And he like changes different materials, he reuses materials, he batches, he changes the number of textures, and he has all these like plots with draw calls down on the bottom, and then like the CPU time for like to render basically. And so you can kind of see like what now again, this is on Quest 1, but it would be the same progression probably, like for us, because it's just it's the same. So you can see like pretty much just like a linear relationship with most of these, and we can gain like a big edge with like reuse shaders, and whereas like but yeah, so like around 100 to 150 draw calls, I think, given the amount of stuff we have, we might just be kind of okay. It's hard to say. We'll have to profile it in headset, but you're definitely heading in like a very, very good direction. So that's awesome, dude. I know like losing the rim light and stuff like that can be like, I mean, it's annoying, but I think working.
I mean, we can work on something simple, and then if we have the budget, improve it to
right.
get more like visual features.
Exactly, right? Like I still think that we could bump, you know, and when you have control of the shader like that, adding an extra element in, you know, it can, or even swapping things out, whatever, right? Like, so as far as our priorities, dude, I mean, it's looking great. Even the outline to me was feeling like it was, it seemed a little bit more like stable.
Definitely, because I'm still not sure why, but between like models,
Yeah.
it creates big or small outlines. And
Yeah.
It's very inconsistent, and I have no idea why. And I did some research for like an hour, and I couldn't find anything about it. People are complaining about it, but like they're saying, yeah, it's because the size of your object is different. But well, no, like between the sushi and the flan, for example, the size is the same, and it's completely different. So, and I tried re-exporting several times with different options from Blender, and didn't change a thing. So, yeah, I'm not sure why. So in the shader, I made this safeguard basically that says, based on the camera distance from the object, just have a certain amount of thickness basically of the outline, and the further it is, the lower is the outline. And there we go. We have some kind of fail-safe to avoid this kind of problem. I still have one issue with some models, but maybe that's because they are rigged. There is an armature, and maybe that's why. Yeah.
That makes
Still need
sense.
to figure out why those are like rogue elements, but definitely more consistent and stable.
Alright, well, rock on. Well, cool.
And one good aspect also with this method is if we really have problems with the rendering, our rendering budget, we can just disable the option directly in the URP file. We just disable this path of render outline, and that's it.
Right.
We don't have to change all of the materials of every object. Like, it's very simple.
Right. And the rendering layer is like it's a rendering layer, right? So it's like that's the one that you're putting all the objects on. So like the layer mask.
Yeah. Absolutely, yes.
Wicked. Okay. Yeah, because that's also something that you could easily change too, right? Just turn those ones off.
Yep.
Interesting. Well, cool, man. I mean, this is looking really dope. It's really, I mean, good job, man. I think it's looking really, really good. I think,
yeah, I was not optimistic, but I figured out a good way to do it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty happy.
Yeah.
Like, I had like struggles for days on shader problems. You know.
Yeah.
So
No, it's not.
That in one day I was able to figure it out.
Yeah, it's not an easy business, and I mean, it's obviously why it's so sought after. So it's, I mean,
It's always been dark magic to me.
Yeah, it definitely is. Like, especially because of how, like, yeah, I mean, there's just a lot that it's a whole thing, and so I think we're in business for sure, at least in some way. And whenever you feel comfortable with it or you feel chill with it, you feel free to push it up, and I can give it a go because I'm building some of the things in headset now. So the one thing I did that as a part of my process is I had to like fuck up all of your materials. So I've just set everything to lit materials and then like took everything out. So if you update the materials and push it, that should just be totally fine. But don't feel the need to update every single material. Just update whatever you feel like is a part of the game. So like the stuff during like, like the materials for like get, set, and go, just like the ones we currently are using. You know, the prop materials, the room materials, the TV stuff, the vending machine stuff, whatever, right? You know, all the extra avatar colors and everything, all that other stuff, you can totally leave. I mean, it's
Yeah, I mean the avatar, I can't update them because they won't use the same logic.
Yeah.
Because they use a big texture.
Right.
Yeah. So hopefully tomorrow. I think. Well, tomorrow. Yeah. I was really expecting to still work on this tomorrow.
Okay.
So
that's
I
fine.
guess I will have some spare time for working on the avatars and update them.
Yeah, that's okay. Cause I don't necessarily need like a art build. Basically we're gonna try and capture some footage of the game over the weekend. So whatever you have by like tomorrow, I can take and capture some stuff with, because I can capture it in editor too, so it's not a huge deal. So if you know, I'll build it, I'll see what's up, and I'll compile the shaders, but I can also capture it in editor. The only other thing is, yeah, I'll take a build with me next week, and I'll put some amount of like effort into the applying some shader as a backup, as a fallback. I feel like I could compile the like real tune shader enough to where I can like get it to perform, but it wouldn't be ideal. So it would be cool if I can work with the shader you have, but we'll see. So no, just your rate, get whatever you feel like is done at your rate, and we'll figure it out.
And maybe you're right actually about trying to avoid something that hasn't been released officially. So the real tune shader, because that's risky. And yeah, that's on me.
No, dude, it's fine. Like at the end of the day, like it's actually objectively a good shader. I think and it was worth doing because there's a lot about it that I think helped us figure out what we want our game to have, you know, like, and what we could have our game with. Because the shader itself isn't crazily unoptimized. It's just the shader is more optimized for pre-rendering, so it doesn't have as much. It has like a ton of keywords, and it like doesn't have as much emphasis on compiling efficiently as needed. But also, you know, it could totally still work theoretically. I don't know. It's just we'd have to probably go in and re-engineer some stuff and all those things. But at the end of the day, I think having a shader that is stylized but has so many options gave us a lot of insight on kind of what we need, you know, like what we actually want the game to look like and what we can afford at the moment, you know. So yeah, it's no loss.
Okay.
That's a lot. What the fuck? What the hell? Oh, it's...
Oh.
That's a little weird. That's probably on me. I don't know.
Uh,
Those normals looked a little flipped.
yeah. Are you sure it's on you?
I think it's probably. I don't know. Let me look at it. I was just.
I'm gonna check on my side because I did have a problem of normal inverted for the wheels.
Yeah.
But,
So it's the.
I think I solved it a while ago.
So I don't know. I think these wheels are. Yeah, because it's the back faces facing forward. It's all good. I'll just change it to both for now. So that way, it's not gonna be crazy. So we got here.
No, but my version of the model is fine.
Oh, okay,
So
yeah.
I suspect you have an old.
I
old
certainly
version,
have an older version.
Not updated. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it should be fixed the next time you pull.
Sweet.
By the way, I've been delaying the updates of the normal part rotation. But yeah, sorry about that. But I'm gonna do that tomorrow, promise.
That's fine. That's all good. I mean, it's shit. If they only got to flip 180 degrees or something, I can do it. It's all good. You're in shader world, man. You know, you got a lot on your plate, so.
I mean, I can see the light of.
Yeah.
So.
So it's all good, man. I mean, you've been doing a lot this week, so it's no biggie. And we're in a good place. Now that I got real acquainted with the Vulkan graphics API and all of its little intricacies, so I feel a lot more comfortable about keeping our shaders in memory and managing the consistent performance of the game graphically, at least, than I was. So,
Awesome.
I mean, obviously, we'll still have a number of new like crap to figure out going forward, but you know, we're heading in a decent direction. Okay, let me build this. Probably don't need to record that. All right, shader warmer. Oh yeah, we want Android. All right. Okay, let's get set go. Dress. Ah, fuck. Gotta put the password in. I'll be right back.
sacred memory of all that came before. My points tell the story of who I am, where I've come from, and what I've done. You shall not have my points, negative infinity.
I told you
dropped this.
that negative numbers would not count. The scores at the end of our game: Allie with 15, Oscar with 15, Brennan with 12.
What's happening is wrong.
Putting Brennan in second place. Brennan, you are the winner of this episode.
Wow!
Come take your stance
Silver!
up on your pedestal.
Brennan, the king of trying just enough. King.
The king.
Oh my god. Speech! 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 Speech!
Speech.
There is nothing wrong with second place.
What the?
Your best effort is all that anyone's asking for. And if you give your best and you come in second, you come in third, you come in last, it's not about winning or losing. It's about giving it everything you've got. Now, Sam has built a monument to Devᯅ and chaos. I deserve second place. I came in second. The only crime that's been committed here is that Oscar and Allie deserve first. We should be applauding them for getting more points. But in this sick rodeo, this bizarre, fucked up clown festival that Sam's put together, we're here celebrating what I can only describe as the sickness at the core here.
team. Woo. Man. He's leading a platoon. It's April of 1945. The objective, we got to clear these machine gun nests. But, you know, let's send these Japanese guys in. Let's see what they can do, okay? You know, go out, kick ass, take names. Come on, you know, let's go, man. Boom! This arm is now shredded. He looked down, he said, there's a f***ing arm next to me, and there's a hand grenade in that mother. He says, Jesus H. Christ, I better throw this grenade. He grabs the grenade, throws it into this machine gun nest here, and then, boom! He crawled behind a tree. It's gone. I don't know which one you're talking about, man. The right arm is not there. Oh, it's just not there. Oh, but the oh, geez, this guy with the arm, you love him? The arm's gone, it's gone. I don't know, you want to go up and look for it, Billy? You can go up and look for it. But I'm going and I'm gonna get some chow, and then I'm getting my ass out of here. I love how this cat just keeps it together. I'm hammered, man, on this and he's all, yeah, hey, what's up? After the war, the 442 was the most decorated unit in the history of the American Army. The prejudice against Japanese Americans continued. He said, God damn it, if those motherfuckers don't believe it yet, we've just proven we're patriots, man. We kicked ass. We lost our arms. What is going on, you know? We need representation of the Japanese Americans. And now began Daniel Inouye's career as the very first Japanese American representative in the United States Congress. And when Daniel Inouye died, President Obama said, Daniel Inouye was an inspiration to me. And without him, I would not be in politics.
All right, to a true patriot.
Right on, man. There's nothing wrong with that, man. Nothing wrong with that. He overcame.
Don't move.
Jim.
I didn't see it. I mean, it was on the ground. Collect the evidence, bring the officer and the item to the nearest hospital to test for infections and diseases that may have been transmitted. Shock or I need to get my blood tested. I got stuck with the used
which one of the cornerstone papers happens to be written by Harvard professor Francesca Gino, along with a couple co-authors. This cornerstone paper from Francesca Gino claimed that networking makes people feel dirty. Zoe thought that this idea seemed pretty implausible, and when she looked at the data of this paper, she found that it didn't make sense. At first she thought that perhaps the authors were just cherry-picking their data or p-hacking, but after a little bit of digging, she actually became more suspicious of the data and came to the conclusion that this was not just p-hacking, that this was actual fabricated data, aka data fraud. But when Zoe brings these findings to her supervisors, which of course is the correct thing to do, her supervisors, rather than approach this with curiosity and concern, instead try to shut her down. Essentially, what Zoe experienced was her supervisors trying to bully her into not pursuing this line of inquiry any further, which in my opinion is absolutely shameful. If you're an academic watching this and maybe you supervise some younger students, please do not do this if this happens to you. If a student approaches you with concerns about a paper, even if it's a paper about somebody very famous, approach it with curiosity and an open mind. You'll only be doing science a favor and fostering a good atmosphere for science. However, Zoe, being a legend, refuses to be bullied into silence and instead decides to enlist the help of another fellow researcher to look more into Gino's data. The two of them together look into Gino's work and end up identifying 3 more data sets which they think contain fabricated data. So, if you're keeping track, that's now 4 different data sets from 4 different studies, all of which they think contain fabricated or fake data. So, since Zoe and her anonymous friend were not getting any luck with their own university, they instead decide to bring these allegations to Data Colada. Chapter 2, Data Colada. Data Colada are a blog run by these 3 researchers, Yuri Simonson, Leif Nelson, and Joe Simmons. On this blog, they investigate and write about research misconduct and other issues of scientific integrity. When approached by Zoe, they have the correct response as any good academic should have, which is concern and curiosity, but also a healthy dose of skepticism. So when Zoe approaches them with these allegations, Data Colada work with her and her anonymous friend to validate all of these findings. And according to Zoe, they were incredibly rigorous, triple checking every single claim that Zoe made so that the only plausible explanation for how this could have happened was data fraud and not something else more innocuous or innocent. But after what seems like many months of checking, they come to the same conclusion as Zoe and her anonymous friend. This is data fraud. When they looked into Francesca Gino's data sets, they found that the p-values were too low, the data was out of sequence. They even went as far as to look into Excel's calc chain files to find evidence of physical manipulation of the different cells within an Excel spreadsheet, which very much looked like somebody tampering with the data set. And in the case of the networking paper that kicked this all off for Zoe Ziani, they actually found that the data was inconsistent with itself. The numerical data and the word data that Gino collected wasn't consistent with itself. I won't get into the details now, but essentially the data didn't make any sense. So all of this combined pointed to a very clear conclusion that Francesca Gino is very likely to have engaged in data fraud in all of these different papers. So in 2021, Data Colada approached Harvard Business School, Francesca Gino's employer, with their findings. Chapter 3, Harvard Business School. When the Dean of Harvard Business School, a guy called Dean Data, hears about these accusations from Data Colada, he, to his credit, approaches it with the right attitude, which is concern and skepticism. After all, fraud on this scale and of this magnitude is quite rare, and also Francesca Gino is one of his superstar professors. So he asks Data Colada to not post their blog posts on their findings about Francesca Gino, but instead first wait for Harvard Business School to run their own internal investigation to validate the findings made by Data Colada and Zoe and her anonymous friend. And massive kudos to Data Colada, they agree. Now that's a really tough thing to actually do. Imagine you're sitting on the scientific fraud case of the decade and you're asked to delay talking about it by an unknown amount of time and what ended up being many, many more months. That is actually a very difficult thing to do, and I think it speaks volumes for the integrity of Data Colada that the reason why they do what they do is not for fame or fortune, but is instead just for the good and betterment of science. So what follows is Harvard's internal investigation, which is very thorough. It includes taking Gino's laptop away from her by surprise, looking through her files, looking through her emails, her data sets, validating all of the tests that were done by Data Colada and Zoe and her friend, and also conducting many interviews with Francesca Gino and all the co-authors involved. All of this is an extremely lengthy process. Apparently it took 11 months to complete, and at the end of this 11-month investigation, the result was a 1,300-page report, which concluded that, indeed, Francesca Gino is guilty. Now, I should say that at this point in time, this report is a little bit of an enigma. No one has seen it except for Harvard people, not even Data Colada. But nevertheless, the Dean of Harvard Business School, Dean Data, when he receives this report, says, I have to accept the conclusion of the report, and decides to fire Francesca Gino, or technically put her on administrative leave without pay. Then, following this, Data Colada published their 4 blog posts, each one relating to a different study originally found by Zoe. And so hopefully you can see that by the time that Data released their 4 blog posts, these allegations have gone through multiple layers of checks by multiple groups of people across literally years of validation. And the conclusion to all of this testing and validation is that Gino is guilty. And that brings us to the fallout. Chapter 4, the fallout. These 4 blog posts by Data Colada go insanely viral. My own video covering the first 3 of these blog posts gets nearly 2 million views, which would be insane today, but at the time I only had 10,000 subscribers, and so it was absolutely bonkers for a small channel like me to get that kind of viewership on a video. But I am far from the most important person or most well-known outlet for talking about this case. Basically every other major news organization was also talking about this. From the New York Times, the New York Post, NPR, The Guardian, the list goes on and on. Everyone seemed to be captivated with this case of Francesca Gino, and the result, of course, of all of this publicity was that Gino's reputation was ruined. And well, Gino wasn't going to take this lying down, and so here came the lawsuit. Chapter 5, the lawsuit. After such widespread coverage of these findings, Francesca Gino decides to hire a top lawyer, a guy called Andrew Miltenberg, and decides to sue Harvard University, Dean Data, and the guys at Data Colada for defamation. Rather famously, this lawsuit was asking for $25 million in damages, which is an eye-watering amount of money and something very scary to have over your head. So my heart goes out to the guys at Data Colada who had to deal with the stress of being sued. A lot of people in the scientific community felt it was very unfair for Francesca Gino to go after Data Colada in this case, and so a GoFundMe is started to raise money for Data Colada to help them in this lawsuit, which is no doubt going to be extremely expensive. This GoFundMe raises a lot of money that way surpasses the goal in a short amount of time, and so the support from the public for Data Colada was very clear. Harvard and Data Colada file a motion to dismiss this lawsuit, but the hearing of their case was not to be for many more months. During these many months, Gino tries to defend herself on one of the papers via a website she sets up called Gino versus Harvard. On this website, she provides some half-convincing arguments that I covered in a previous video, but I think the overall general sentiment amongst the public was still very much in favor of Data Colada. But then, in March of 2024, another major development happened, which was the release of the report. Chapter 6, the report. So in March 2024, there was a motion to unseal the Harvard Internal Investigative Report. This was supported by major organizations including the New Yorker magazine, and when the report was unsealed, aka made public, everyone could read exactly what Harvard's internal investigation did, what the evidence was, and what Gino's defenses were during the entire process. And well, when you look at Gino's defenses in the report, they don't seem very strong. One of the most shocking revelations from the release of this report, which I covered in a previous video, was that Gino actually had accused one of her former co-authors of maliciously manipulating her dataset in order to get back at her in some way. This person was redacted from the released report, but I am 99% confident that the person she was referring to was Nina Mazar. But when you consider the timelines and the motives of this entire saga, it just seemed really implausible that that is actually what happened. Like, I highly doubt that Nina Mazar had anything to do with this kind of data manipulation. And that's what Harvard's internal committee also said. They agreed that it is highly implausible that Nina Mazar was the one who actually did this data manipulation. But there were actually other things that were revealed in the report that I never even covered on this channel. For example, here's me reading the coverage from the New Yorker magazine. They write, in perhaps the most comically inept example of alleged misconduct, the apparently falsified data in a file had been deliberately highlighted in grey. In one case, the description of a study had been revised over several successive drafts and in plain sight of the co-authors, seemingly to compensate for fatal flaws that had been pointed out in the original design. Gino's defense against this allegation is that the research team hadn't kept careful track of which version of the paper they were working on. In other words, that an entire group of elite business school academics was, when it came to basic project management, functionally incompetent. So the public release of this report basically sealed the deal on Gino's credibility. Everyone could see that the report was extremely thorough, 1,300 pages long, and everyone could also see that Gino's defenses to the allegations just seemed really implausible and unlikely. But just when you thought things couldn't get any worse for Gino, they did. Chapter 7, Plagiarism. A month after the report was made public, a postdoc from Montreal called Erin Ackland just randomly decided to look into Francesca Gino's work out of curiosity. And she literally had to look at one chapter from one book that Gino wrote and immediately found evidence of plagiarism. A little bit of digging later, and Erin Ackland had found multiple examples of plagiarism in basically every book that Gino has ever written. Science magazine then published an expose revealing these details, and this basically just removed any last shred of credibility that Francesca Gino had. She was already scraping the barrel at this point, but this really took the barrel away. Because at this point, the only thing that Francesca Gino really had going for her in terms of credibility was that the opinions of people who worked with her were mixed as to how plausible it was that she would engage in this kind of unethical behavior. There was a large group of her co-authors and people that she worked with that said that they found it highly unlikely that Francesca Gino would be the kind of person to engage in unethical behavior. But with these multiple accounts of plagiarism across many different years, across many different books, it just shows that Francesca Gino is sort of not afraid to engage in unethical behavior, and this was clear evidence of that. Which then brings us to today, Chapter 8, the dismissal. So just over a week ago, before filming this video, Harvard and Data Colada's motion to dismiss Francesca Gino's $25 million lawsuit was successful. It was done by a federal judge in Massachusetts, a guy called Judge Myung-Jun, which is a great result in my opinion. Like I said up front, Joe Simmons wrote a very nice tweet about it. Joe Simmons is one of the guys at Data Colada, and he wrote, "Gino's case against us has been dismissed. Scientists cannot effectively sue other scientists for exposing fraud/errors in their work. Those who work to correct the scientific record can sleep better tonight. Those who don't want to correct it, well, I don't care how they sleep." So great outcome in the end. The reason why this is such an important outcome is because if this case had gone the other way around, it would have set a very bad precedent in the industry. It would have set the precedent that if somebody wants to correct the scientific record and raise concerns of academic fraud, that they could then be sued into the ground by the people that they were accusing, which of course would only discourage this kind of very positive behavior that we see from people like Zoe Ziani and Data Colada and others. However, the good news is that because the case didn't go that way, and instead this case was dismissed relatively early in the process, it shows that these kinds of lawsuits from the accused are likely to not be taken very seriously. However, in many ways this is still only a partial victory, because in a lot of ways the lawsuit in itself was the punishment. Being sued for $25 million is of course very stressful, and the uncertainty of it is very stressful, and so the case getting dismissed is of course great for Data Colada, but is really the best outcome of what was just a terrible situation for science. So hopefully this is my last ever video on Francesca Gino. This case has obviously had a massive impact on my field of behavioral science, but I just want to thank you guys for all the support that you've shown the channel on me covering this very story. I know it's captured a lot of your imaginations, and I'm glad it's resonated with such a large audience. I really appreciate it. So I'll end this video by just giving you a little bit of food for thought. There's this phenomenon in behavioral science, it's called the Streisand effect. It was named after Barbara Streisand when, in 2003, she and her attorney tried to get this rather obscure photo of her house removed from the internet. It was a photo that was taken to document coastal erosion, but she didn't want it on the internet, and so they, tried to get it removed. But the irony is that in her efforts to try to get this photo removed from the internet, instead this garnered a lot more attention to that photo, and the opposite result occurred. So the Streisand effect is when people try to bury something from being public and instead draw more attention to it and make things worse for themselves. So if you're an academic who's accused of academic fraud, maybe don't sue the people accusing you for $25 million, because you're only going to make things worse for yourself, like Francesca Gino did. Instead, admit your mistakes, take the L, and move on. Thank you guys so much for watching, thank you for all the engagement, and I will see you in the next video. I appreciate it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
just a complicated country lawyer.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we've been talking a lot about what people saw that night. Now, I'm gonna ask y'all there in the jury box, what color my eyes? Surely your powers of perception were keen enough to glean the color of my peepers. This proves the point that our powers of perception are not always as vigilant as we would think. Bishop Berkeley in ages gone by said that to be is to be perceived, and that only by engagement in the world, in our perception of its various guises, does the world actually exist. By seeing my client commit this crime, did the witnesses create the crime? I ask you this.
Just if you know your history, your clue in. If you know your history, can you point to a period in UK history, for example, where massively punishing rich people by massively taxing them has actually benefited the country?
Listen,
because I can't really.
My dad was born in 57. He worked for the post office, Royal Mail, 35 years. Never once earned more than the average wage in the country. He was able to buy a house, support a family. My parents are retired now. They own their own property. They're financially secure. That's not possible now. He lived in an era where the top rate of tax was much, much, much higher. The 50s, the 60s, the 70s in the UK, in the US, the top rate of tax on large estates was significantly higher. And in that time period, it's not a coincidence, ordinary people could afford to buy houses. They could afford to, listen, this is not normal, okay? You read your history, right? You read Charles Dickens? Charles Dickens? In this country we're talking in right now, 150 years ago, ordinary men and women lived in desperate poverty, okay? That's gonna happen again.
If you know your history, your clue is phone opt-in. Brennan has opted in. Brennan, could I grab your phone, please? Sure can.
Oh no! Dick pics.
Thank you so much. You can return to your podium. Oh, thank you very much, Nico. Brennan, go ahead and give me a number between 1 and 10. 1. Come on, 1? You're gonna give me one shot at this? I picked 1, and I feel it would be dishonest to change my answer. Katie, give me a number between 1 and 10.
9.
Thank you very much. That's much better. Brennan, come join me, please. You just went back. All things as they are meant to be. Your clue is.
What does it mean, Michelin star? Michelin tires. It comes from the tire company.
Is it
real
really?
sorry.
Can you beat your phone at the highest level? No. No chance. No chance.
That's
no chance.
so crazy because Deep Blue wasn't it like as big as a room? Wasn't
Yeah.
Deep Blue was wasn't like a stack of computers, right?
But I'm sure it's still less powerful than the computer on your phone
Yeah,
is today,
I
right?
know, it's just shocking.
I rarely play against engines at all because they just make me feel so stupid and useless.
Can you beat your phone?
How much cash is out there in this country? Yeah, about $100 billion. Where is it? What do you mean? Well, how often are people paying for things with cash? 13% of the time. So where's all the money that isn't being used? I don't know. And does the central bank know what's happening to all the cash that it's printing? Nope. So there's $100 billion floating around somewhere and nobody knows what's going on. That's right. I mean, best guess is that it's being hidden in people's houses or safety deposit boxes or being used for drugs. Yeah. But doesn't the cash dramatically lose value if it's just sitting there because of inflation? Absolutely. $100 4 years ago has the buying power of about $86 today. So there's $100 billion out there somewhere losing value, and this is not a thing. Correct. So what do I do with this? What is that? Cash. You could hide it.
Mustard, onions, no soda. The scam was simple. I was to walk up to the hot dog vendor and order what I wanted. The vendor would then hand me my hot dog and watch as I ran off without paying. This left the vendor with 2 choices, neither very appealing. He could stand his ground and swallow his loss, or he could give chase. The second forces him to abandon the car.
It seems we have a problem, Dimitri.
You keep calling me Dimitri. You really shouldn't.
So, right here is where I live.
Now, how much does it help being in this location?
Greenville?
Yeah.
A lot, because we have tons of land. There's not as much regulation. In California, like, you need permits to film it. Here, you know, I can just walk in a store and be like, hey, do you mind if I buy everything in your store? And they'll be like, sure. Whereas in California, they'd be like, no, I'm gonna sue you. And it's like, well, this is money for you. Shouldn't you be happy?
Is that ever an issue when someone walks in as you're buying everything? Like the store's just cleared out? How do you deal with that afterwards?
Sometimes I do it as a surprise, but I'll usually talk to other people in the company and be like, hey, you might want to be ready to restock right after I buy the store. Or I'll be like, hey, you want to just buy back a little inventory in case you have a customer? Like, I don't want to screw you over. Usually we work with them and figure it out. So, right.
And this is our library. And what's sort of neat about our library is actually the higher up you go, the better you get.
What? When you say wet, do you mean quieter?
So it starts on the bottom floor, which is our individual study floor. So obviously.
It's like the OuterNimbus for $60.
What if I take a look?
Cash in Flagstaff. Cost the bank $16,000.
It's a real check.
Yeah, it's been washed. I think the original's the signature.
But it's perfect, Carl. I mean, this isn't hydrochloride or bleach.
No. Something new. Maybe a nail polish remover where the acetone removes the ink that's not been printed. How did you do it, Frank? How did you cheat on the bar exam in Louisiana?
I didn't cheat. I studied for 2 weeks and I passed.
Is that the truth, Frank? Is that the truth?
Well, that this guy steals checks out of mailboxes. He washes off their names and he puts on his own.
You're saying that he's a local?
Well, if it were me, you know, I'd call the bank first. I'd check out the balance.
Make sure there's enough money in there to make it worth your while.
Exactly. You know, Carl, I think this guy's pretty smart. Guess all we have to do now is catch him.
It's like the
Last month, a very important study on Universal Basic Income, or UBI, concluded. And in my opinion, the main conclusion from that paper should be that UBI makes people poorer. But in almost every piece of media that I have read about this study, people are pretending like that shouldn't be the main takeaway of the study. So in today's video, I want to talk about UBI, that study, and misrepresentation of research findings in the media. Let's get into it. So let's start with, what is UBI, or Universal Basic Income? So UBI is the idea that one of the best ways to help poor people is to simply just give them cash. It's actually a very sensible idea on paper. The logic tends to work something like this, is that the reason why poor people tend to stay poor throughout their whole lives is because they only have enough money to cover their very basic needs. And so all of their time, money, and effort is spent on simply surviving, which means they're not able to engage in things that will improve their long-term earning potential and help them get out of a state of poverty. Basically, the argument is that the poorest in our society are so concerned with covering the very basics of surviving, like how do I pay for food, how do I pay for my shelter, my rent, and how do I pay for my heating, that they're unable to invest in things that increase their long-term earning potential, increase their ability to move up in the economic ladder, which means that these people are never able to invest in things like training, education, or a car, which might increase their earning potential in a more indirect way. And so the argument is that if you just give people enough cash to cover these very basic needs, or at least most of them, then that will free up enough of their time, money, and resources where they can then focus on improving their human capital and increasing their long-term earning potential, which can hopefully then mean that these people will then make it out of poverty. And this isn't like some crazy new, like, woke culture gone mad concept. It's actually a very old idea. So Julius Caesar, all the way back in 46 BC, actually had a version of UBI going on in the Roman Empire. He gave each Roman citizen 100 denarii. And yes, if you're wondering, I do think about the Roman Empire quite a lot. And since Roman times, many different thinkers, philosophers, economists have also thought of very similar versions of UBI. A couple notable examples would be Milton Friedman, who's actually generally regarded as a very right-wing economist, but he actually also advocated for a version evidence from other UBI trials that have taken place in other parts of the world, mainly in like third world countries, have shown a lot of promising evidence when it comes to UBI. They show that in general, people who receive this money spend it well, improve their lives in meaningful long-term ways, and increase their earning potential. Also, as long-term viewers of this channel will know, I'm trained as a behavioral economist, and so I can tell you that UBI also makes sense from a psychological point of view. There's a pretty famous behavioral economist, a guy called Senthil Mullainathan, who wrote a book called Scarcity, the True Cost of Not Having Enough. I'll have a link to it in the description if you're interested, not sponsored at all. But basically the argument that Senthil makes in his book is that poor people aren't just struggling financially, but actually being poor actually has a very significant effect on your, what he calls your mental bandwidth, basically your ability to allocate your brain power towards more long-term planning. So what people in extreme poverty end up doing is engaging in a lot of short-term trade-offs, where they do a lot of things that improve their short-term position because that's what's most important to them, surviving. But actually those things mean that they get stuck in this cycle of poverty, which means that in the long run they and their family are never able to make it out of poverty. So for all of these reasons, which I've been aware of for a long time now, I was actually a very big supporter of UBI. I thought it made a lot of sense, the evidence looked good from third world countries, the people who were advocating for it were very smart people who I look up to, and I should also mention there's another argument, which is that UBI will greatly improve the efficiency of the welfare system, because currently the welfare system is very complicated, the incentives are very messy, and UBI is often proposed as a replacement for the existing welfare system, which would greatly simplify it. Basically everybody, no matter who you are, everybody gets the same amount of money. It's really simple, it's really clean, it's really fair. The amount of bureaucracy that's involved is significantly reduced, and so there's a lot of sort of government efficiency gains, small government kind of arguments that are also being made in favor of UBI. So UBI is great, right? Everyone should be doing UBI, America should do UBI.
I was muted, my bad. Yeah, I can hear.
Yeah, sorry, have something I don't want to ask.
Let me hear it.
It's like part that's kind of having me stuck on this. You remember when we were like working on the store for the first time, and we were like shit around, and there was one point where when we are transitioning from get to set, like the parts won't spawn, and you say you knew why, but I was still trying to figure it out, like why does it not spawn. So if I jump from pre-lobby to set directly, the store will spawn everything, but then if I sort of like play it through like normal, it will just like not spawn. So I think it's something to do with, since I'm like unloading the get scene, I'm destroying some like prefabs or like some addressable. I don't quite fully understand that, like how that affects spawning later. But you know, in the get store, in the set store, it's telling me that I'm referencing, it's like some null reference exception.
Can you do you know what line it points to?
Yes.
Acquire prefab instance.
Give me 1 sec. It's line 95. It's runner dust spawn. It points to runner dust spawn.
Right, and if you go on the stack trace, does it go to acquire prefab instance?
Let me get the error message back. Shit, where is it? Damn it, I lost the error message. Give me 1 sec, I'll try reproducing it.
All good. There we go. shit going on, don't we?
Wait, what the fuck? It spawned everything this time. That's even more confusing.
You played through Get, Set, and Go?
Yep, and this time it worked. Let me try one more time. What the fuck? How's stuff going on your side?
Fuck! Sorry, excuse me. I have inconsistencies of my own that I'm not a fan of. Mostly, I'm back to dropping frames. So I'm back to shader compilation issues.
Oh.
But like, yes and no. It's like this weird bullshit where the game is running. Also, did we change like the mass of these capsules or something? Like way more floaty.
I don't believe so.
Somebody must have, because these things are floaty.
Wait, why is it not playing any sound? What is happening?
If I run this again.
Bro, now I can't even connect to the game anymore. This is just bad. Okay. What is happening?
So we still have some bullshit. I'll have to go in and try and record it again, I guess.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, we've hard-coded the server, so it could be because I was just running it in APK or something. Just wasn't letting you connect.
I guess we do not have a problem anymore. I don't know why, but it fixed itself. So, we're good.
That doesn't instill me with confidence, but,
It's, yeah. You remember that issue, right? So, like, when you spawn into set, the store is empty sometimes.
yeah.
And did you say you know the reason? Or was
Well,
I just hallucinating?
If I knew the stack trace, I could maybe, like, so if there was something wrong with acquire prefab instance or something, like, either, I mean, there could be some potential thing where this, because you unload the objects from set or from get, maybe we dequeue those objects, so we depool them. So because we haven't preloaded them again, and they're fully out of the pools, then the acquire prefab instance looks to find an object in a pool if it maps onto an addressable asset that's supposed to be in our pool. So if there isn't one, because we've DQ'd it, then that would potentially make sense. But then that would just be a fallback.
Yeah, I have a suspicion.
Okay.
So it's not because the scene unloading. The fact that it worked, when I kind of just ran through the entire thing, means it's not the scene unloading that's causing it. I think it's because when I grab the parts in Get and I sort of claim them, I was just like fucking around and claim part. They're the same thing. Like the part in Get is the same prefab as the part in Set. So it's the same bone capsule.
That's right.
For some reason, when I destroy some bone capsules in the Get scene, it also destroys the prefab that I was trying to spawn in the Set scene.
Right, because when we destroy stuff during Get, we're not actually destroying it, we're disabling it. So we're not completely destroying the object, we're just disabling it, basically.
Right.
And so, I mean, that would make sense.
So you're saying the capsules are still there, it's just not visible?
Yeah, they may just be in a disabled state or something, but if spawn is called on those objects, then they should just re-enable. Like,
right.
So.
Alright. Let me try it, because I think that's the reason.
Alright.
Let me make sure. Oh shit! I smashed my controllers.
Jesus Christ. Alright, knock on.
Can't hear the grumpiness that you're getting from optimization.
Well, it's just this. God, this tank is so slow. It's more that like I'm annoyed at this weird inconsistency where like I saw it last night too, and I was kind of worried about it. I was like, that seems a little inconsistent. And like the first time I played it, I was still getting this weird like these frame drops, and then the second time I played it, but completely unloaded the app, so like restarted the app, I didn't, and then every subsequent time I didn't, it was butter smooth. And then when I sent it to you, and you had gotten it okay, then I was again like, well, that seems like it should be alright.
But then they showed up again today.
And then it showed up again today when I rebuilt this. But it could be because I just need to rebuild my graphics state file, which I'm doing right now.
Let's hope. Alright. Let me test this. Now that I think about it, there are a lot of things we need to merge.
Yep, it's the name of the game.
Are you running some APK?
Well, I am. Okay, so there's 54 graphic shaders in this one.
Maybe you're dropping frames because I'm like testing my shit.
Nah, it's on scene change. I mean, maybe if that's the case, then I'll be really pissed because it's identical. But
yeah,
it's almost identically the way that I've had it already. So.
I also modified the grab. Now it doesn't grab through walls.
Cool.
But there's a hack to it. Since you're in VR, you can always move physically with your foot to get out of any collider.
Well, that's fine.
Oh yeah, KT.
Yeah.
Unless.
So, how do you remind me? How do you proceed with buying stuff? Like, you need to grab an object, and if it reach a trigger collider, it will buy the object, right?
I mean, I can show you right now. I have your store ready.
Okay, because I was wondering, like, wouldn't it be best to have an option that is on trigger stay or on trigger exit instead?
Oh yeah, that's
For
the
the
first
object.
thing. That's the first thing I tried on trigger exit. For some weird reason, it doesn't work. Yeah, it's some wanky issue with the grab and the rigid body of the part.
Okay.
And it messes with the on trigger exit or on trigger stay call, and it just prevents me from getting accurate output from them.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, that's a really good point. But you know, right now it works with on trigger enter. I can show you. Let me share my screen. It's really cool. I also added the refund. I did like a refund mechanics to it. So right now, if you don't like a part, you can just shove it to the shelf.
I'm making this video because up until last month we hadn't seen a really large-scale, robust UBI trial that looked at how UBI would work in a more developed economy like America. Like, we know how UBI would work in extremely poor Liberian communities, and I'll talk more about that study in Liberia later. But what about America? What about Americans? How do Americans react?
You can see it, right?
And that's what this study was looking at. How do Americans react to UBI? Well, this study showed, drum roll please, UBI makes Americans poorer. Yeah, I know, it's completely contrary to all the arguments I just gave you about UBI, but that's why I wanted to make this video. So next we're going to get into the details of this very important study. What did it exactly show? Why am I saying that it showed that Americans...
You can hear the sound, right?
But first I need to thank the sponsor of today's video, which is
Nice.
So if you're
Nice,
long-term
not
viewer of
gonna
this
lie.
channel, you're probably wondering why I am standing
I'm gonna
for this
jump
video
straight
rather
to
than
set
sitting.
because
And that's because
that way
FlexiSpot
I
are
make
a
sure the
company that
store
makes
is
standing
working.
desks, and they
You
recently
see that?
sent me their E7 Pro desk, and my camera is on top of the desk in the
So
standing
we
position,
have
which
the
allows
money
me
showing
to
up on
stand
top.
while I'm talking. There's a lot of
I'm not
features
using
I
the
really
sides
love
right
about
now.
the
There's
E7
some
Pro desk.
issue
Most
with colliders.
importantly, I love the smooth action, as you
because
can
you
see.
can.
This
It's so
action is
stupid.
really, really
You can't
smooth.
rotate
I
a box
also love the
collider
hand
in
control
Unity.
features that allow me to
It has
preset 4
so
different heights
the
to
fact
make
that
height
this is like
adjustment
tilted.
really easy.
I can
And
only
the
put a
E7 Pro
box
also
collider
comes with
like
a
in
cable
front of it,
management tray
and I
that keeps
can't
the under
rotate
of
it.
my desk nice and clear with
So
cables.
dumb.
Now the E7 Pro also has a very high load bearing capacity, 160 kilos.
I can-
So it even works with me, a pretty heavy guy,
I
sitting
can
on
buy it, and then I can put it back.
Good. And of course, the main benefit of having a standing desk like the
Yo,
E7 Pro
what was that?
FlexiSpot is that it allows me to stand
That
up
was
while
weird.
I am working.
Yeah,
As I'm
sounded
sure
like,
many of you are aware, a lot of us are
multiple,
sitting
Yep.
far too much these days, and it's not very good for our health.
It's
So
okay.
standing while working is a lot healthier, and I do find myself standing a lot more since I got this FlexiSpot E7 Pro.
I think I
So
lost
if you'd like
one.
to get
Oh,
one for
it's
yourself,
you.
head over to my link in the description, flexispot.co.uk. Right
That's
now,
pretty
FlexiSpot
cool,
are
man.
offering a
It's pretty stable at this point, and you can grab from the side of it if I'm not mistaken. Oh, what? You can't? Oh shit! It went through the collider.
So be sure to check out the link in the description.
Wait, how?
FlexiSpot for the desk. Thank you for sponsoring today's video. Let's get
Wait,
back
I don't
to
get it.
talking about
What?
this UBI study from Open Research. So
How did
this
that happen?
very expensive, very comprehensive study lasted 3 years. Here's how it worked. Open Research, the company
This
who
is
did
bullshit.
research, more about them later, they did the
I
following.
literally
They
have
selected
colliders
2,000 families
over
from
there.
the Dallas
I
area
don't know
in
why it-
Texas and from around Chicago in Illinois.
Yeah,
and
anyways,
they
but
allocated
it's a
them
hack.
into 2 different groups. 1,000 of the
Let me try from
participants
this
were
side.
in the UBI group.
Yeah,
So these
the
1,000
the
people
collider's not working.
received
But anyways,
1,000 US
and
dollars per
have you
month
seen?
for 3 years.
Have you seen this part?
This $1,000 is gifted, so there was no tax on this money.
The
They
building
didn't
the
affect
vehicle
any of their
part.
other benefits. It's just a clean $1,000 straight into these people's bank
Right.
account over 3 years. And if you do the math,
And you
$1,000
can
a
build,
month for 3 years, that's
and you can destroy
$36,000. Whereas
the
other
parts
2,000
using
people in the
this.
sample were
It's like a
control group, and these
Pokemon
people were
capsule.
given only $50
Do you have a
month,
sound for this?
which if you do the math
I'm
on
not
that,
hearing
$50 a month. for
Yeah,
3
no, I
years,
haven't put the
that's
sound.
only $1,800
Yeah, yeah.
3 years. And so throughout the
But
study,
you
including
know,
this
that's
one at
there.
the very
This
end,
is here.
the researchers did a lot of
Anyways, yeah.
surveys
I need to go
asking
fix the
people about how
collider.
they spend their money, how their income was, and looked at many other different
But
measures.
yeah,
to
it's
do
a pretty
with these
nice store.
and it makes sense why
Great
they
job
measured so
on the
many different
visuals.
things. After all, this is an extremely
job
expensive
on the
study that you
implementation,
don't
man.
really want to be replicating every week.
Nice.
And so, you know, they want to get as much data as possible. But
Right.
also, in my
I
opinion,
need
they
to
measured
figure out-
so many
Definitely
different
has,
things in this study
a
that it was
vibe
basically
now with the
impossible
Yeah,
for them to
yeah.
not be able to
It's
spin
so
the results
different,
of this
I'm
study in
telling
a way
you.
that made UBI look
Like,
favorable at
it's-
the end. Like, because they're
it's a
simply
different
measuring
world.
so many different things, at least some of those
What
things are
the
going to look
fuck is
slightly positive, which means
happening?
that they can spin a positive story no matter what the true outcome of the study actually is. So they measured a lot of different things, but here are
This
the
is
ones
all
that I
dev
think are
talk
the most
at work.
important measures, but simultaneously are the ones that
Our
I've seen
entire
reported
day
about
is
the
like, what the
least
fuck?
in
What
the
the
media
fuck?
that
Why
I've read
doesn't it
about
work?
this
Why
study.
does it
So the
work?
first one is that the people who received the full UBI, who
My
received
whole
the
afternoon
full
walking on the
$1,000 a month, ended
Yep.
up earning $1,500 less on average compared to the control. And yes, if you're a stats nerd, all of these things I'm going to talk about are statistically significant. And so you're probably wondering how that's possible, right? Aren't the people who receive this UBI supposed to be using it in a way that increases their human capital, increases their training and education? So maybe that's why
Okay.
they have a decreased income. Is it that they stopped working and
You
are
see
now in
how I have the
education or
collider
training?
set up
Other than the very
like
youngest
this?
people in the study, actually no, that's not what we observed.
Oh, because I
So
haven't changed
instead,
the late.
vast
I'm so
majority of
stupid.
participants who received this
Um,
study were just simply working less,
yeah,
about
with
1.3
this
to
change, it
1.4
should
hours
work.
per week less
Change
on
it to
average,
gravel.
and instead they were
Alright,
spending more of their
that should
time
prevent
on
players from cheating.
leisure activities. Yeah, leisure activities,
Let me
not
do one more
education,
test.
not training, not skills.
Rourke,
that would
you can
improve
mute
their
me if
learning
I'm too
potential,
loud.
Not
good.
networking or anything like that. No, they're spending their time on leisure activities. And it's actually pretty sad because the researchers actually specify in their paper that they tried really hard to find some kind of positive human capital improvement from the research participants. They literally say in the paper, despite asking detailed questions about amenities, we find no
My
impact
last
on
task
quality of
is
employment,
to put
and
the
our confidence
attachment
intervals can rule out even
into the-
small
Fuck.
improvements. I mean, to me, that is a complete failure from the human capital argument for UBI, which is
Oh.
the main argument for UBI. And the picture
doesn't
gets a lot
connect.
worse when we look at people's net worth. And
Right
their
now we're
market as well.
sharing
As
one
you may or may
server
not be
across
aware,
every
wealth
developer.
inequality is arguably the
That's why
biggest threat
sometimes
to the
it's a
collapse
little
of the
janky.
American economy and the British economy and many other economies across the world. Basically, when we talk about wealth, we're not talking about people's income. So I'm not talking about your salary or your job here. When we talk about wealth in economic terms, we're talking about
There we go.
assets. We're talking about the house that you own, the land under your house. We're talking about stocks in companies. We're talking about the actual productive things in society that are not people.
Yeah,
The
see?
inequality when it
Now
comes
you
to
can
wealth
grab it.
is just way larger than the inequality in income.
But you can
And these
you
things
can
are
go
really
inside the
important
store
because
and
these
try
are
to
things
grab
that
it.
actually
you
provide
literally put your
long-term
hand
financial
into the
security
machine,
for
so-
people.
Yeah,
For example,
you can
easiest thing
literally
to
do
understand
this.
is that if
But
you
there's
own your house,
I don't think there's a
even
way
if
to
you lose
prevent
your
people
job
from
and
doing
you don't
that.
have any
That's
income,
so dumb.
You can still live in your house because it's your house. But if you rent where you live and you
might
can't
be
pay your
a
rent, then you get kicked out of where you rent. And if you own your house but you own it with a massive
I
mortgage
think-
and you can't keep up with your interest payments, then guess
how
what?
about
You'll also get
double
kicked out. So
checking
owning assets and
that
increasing people's
the
net
player
worth
is
is really important for
inside
financial security and stability in the
specific
long
zone,
run. And so
and
do
then
we see
you
that the
allow
people
them
who
to run
received
the capsule.
£36,000 for free
With your
Yeah.
have any
So basically
increase in
have
net worth?
another layer of
No. In fact, it's even worse than no.
collider
The
check
people
or
who
window-
received
or
UBI
like
were on
trigger
average
check,
$1,000
put you
lower
in front
in
of the
net
machine,
worth compared to the people who
and
received
then
only $50 a
Yeah.
month, which is
detection
just
or not.
absolutely insane,
Yep.
right? Imagine
I-
you've got two identical
that's a great
friends,
idea. That's a great
identical
idea.
everything,
I mean,
life,
it's
I might-
looks, job,
I might
everything's
do that.
identical, and you
fair
give
safe.
one of them $1,800
It's not cheap.
and you give
I
the
think
other
it's a
one
valid
$36,000, and then you come back
But look at
3
this.
years later and
When I'm like
the guy
grabbing
who
it,
gave
it doesn't take
$1,800
money away from me.
is
But when I
richer
try
than
to
the guy who
refund
gave
it, it takes away
$36,000
money.
like
Oh.
How
So
is
it's-
that possible?
so it's the same.
So surely this
But-
is like the most surprising, interesting.
But
finding
I
from the
can
study,
literally
right? It's
just
so
grab it and then put it on the
that
car.
Surely this
There's
should be the headline
nothing I
of
can
all
do
the
with
media
it.
that's talking about this study. That if you give people more money for free,
That's like a
they actually
cheat.
end up poorer after 3 years. Okay.
So when
but
you
what
try
about
to
financial
get
resilience,
infinite
right?
money
Because one of the worst
glitch
parts about being
using
poor
this
is
bug,
your
it doesn't work.
inability to absorb shocks. If you're very poor, and have
It will
zero
take money
savings,
away from you. Anyways, yeah, I have to implement some additional check. But, you know, bugs aside, it's a nice store. I can grab with both hands.
Nice.
Oh. And if I run out of money, see now I don't have any money anymore to buy parts. It will prevent me from getting parts and respawn the part at a random point.
Mm.
Oh, it fell to the ground. Anyways. Oh. Yeah, I might actually implement that check right now.
Should I do this fucking bullshit? I mean, it's not a terrible idea. Oh, fuck me.
Alrighty. Time to... You know, something that's probably also cool. I can make the store open when the player is in range and make it close when you leave the range.
That would be awesome.
Say what?
Yeah. Yeah, so basically the store right now has this like animation, really
Oh,
cool
yeah.
animation that Edward made. I can make it open when players are in range,
Right,
within
yeah.
like a huge radius,
That'd be cool.
and make it close when players walk away. All right, so 2 things. What the fuck?
Fuck. Still have those inconsistencies between the scale of the outlines. Very annoying. It's better than before, but still there to some degree. It's
Actually, there's a cheaper fix to that. I just make the colliders gigantic, so you just can't get close to it, so that you cannot grab from inside the inside the machine.
Well,
I
like
just
a
make.
invisible wall.
Yep, I make it gigantic.
That'd be annoying as fuck, but here, go for it.
Who the fuck wants to crawl behind this machine? Like, you know he's not up for a good
It's
deed.
VR,
Like,
man. It's VR. People want to do anything they want to do.
No, you're not getting behind these machines. You're a cheater if you do. Fuck. Alright, let me think about it. Damn it. What if I just push it back to the wall? Another solution is to have multiple trigger colliders. Yeah, I might do that. Alright, problem solved. That was easy. Alright.
you're basically just one bad day away from everything falling apart. You could be in a car accident, maybe you have an emergency medical bill, maybe there's a leak in your roof. Very ordinary things, like horrible things, but ordinary random things that happen to everybody. Just one of those bad things happening to you and suddenly you're in a lot of financial trouble. So when we're assessing the quality of schemes that improve people's ability to get out of poverty, we're looking at these key indication markers of, are people able to absorb more financial shocks? Are they less likely to fall into serious negative financial outcomes? And you would think that giving the poorest in our society $36,000 for free would improve that. But no. As you can see from what the researchers wrote in their conclusion, the lack of improvement in net worth described above, combined with the small effects on credit access and the null effects on credit delinquencies, bankruptcies and foreclosures, suggest that the transfer did not improve participants' long-run financial position. So as some of you will know, I work at a bank, that's my day job. So some of you might be thinking that, oh, Pete's probably loving this, a guy who works at a bank, because all these guys who work in skyscrapers, they're all just snakes in suits, you know, they're all heartless fools, they love kicking people out of their house when they go bankrupt. Like, they love that stuff. But let me tell you, the last person who wants you to lose your house is the bank. It is much better for the bank who gave you the mortgage for you to complete that mortgage, for you to make your interest repayments over the full term that you agreed when you signed up to the mortgage, rather than having to kick you out of your house and sell your house instead. When banks have to repossess an asset in order to, you know, make back some of the money on that loan that they gave out, it costs a lot of money, right? You got to pay the guy firstly to kick you out of the house, then you got to pay people to make the house sellable, then you got to pay the agent to sell the house, and you're usually selling the house at a really low price, like the absolute lowest that you can reasonably sell it at in order to make a quick sale, but that often means that you're not making that much money back, and all of this means that the bank actually ends up earning less money compared to if you were just in a good financial position and were able to pay off your mortgage like you agreed when you first signed for the mortgage. So it is better for everyone, you as the homeowner, the bank as the lender, and just the global economy as a whole, if everyone is in a more healthy financial position and is able to make their full loan repayments and doesn't go into bankruptcy. So if you're wondering if the banks are celebrating from this finding, they absolutely are not. The financial sector would rather that $36,000 free dollars would actually improve your delinquency, bankruptcy and foreclosure rate, but it doesn't seem to. So to me, when I'm reading these papers, I'm like, this is a catastrophic failure of UBI, right? The whole point, the whole main argument of UBI is that you stop people worrying about how they're going to survive, which means that they can then engage in long-term planning, which should improve all of these markers. But yet we see the opposite. So to me, as someone who reads research, who talks about it here on YouTube, who's trained in economics, who works at a bank and thinks about people's personal finances kind of all day long, this is a massive disaster. But yet, and the reason why I wanted to make this video, is that when you read about this study in the media, that's not the picture you get at all. If you go on the Open Research website, which you know is the company that did this research, the top headline for their webpage is "Cash Increases Possibility." If you look at the Bloomberg article, the conclusion to one of the top paragraphs is the main line that the researchers have been touting, which is "Cash increases flexibility." An outlet called The Register talked about it like this: Sam Altman's basic income experiment finds that money can indeed buy happiness. Very weird interpretation of the findings in my opinion. And perhaps one of the worst offenders that I've seen is from USA Today, where they say, again, the main line of the research is UBI increases flexibility, and then they go on to list some top bullet point takeaways from the study, and in my opinion, all of these bullet points are focusing on what should be classified as secondary outcome measures, but yet those are the ones that are getting all the spotlight. For example, one of these top takeaway bullet points on USA Today was that people who received UBI were 10% more likely to go to the dentist. Like, why is that one of the top takeaways from the study, but you haven't even mentioned the fact that the people who received $36,000 free ended up with $1,000 lower net worth compared to the control group? Like, surely that net worth point is a lot more poignant than the fact that people are more likely to go to the dentist. Like, the quality of reporting on this, the research, the prioritization has just been absolutely ridiculously poor. So now we get to the question of why. Why are the researchers who did this study so keen to push this message of cash increases possibility and flexibility, rather than what I take away from the study, which is that UBI makes people poorer? Well, the reason is because this study was done by Open Research, a company which was founded by Sam Altman, who many of you will know is the CEO of OpenAI, the creators and owners of ChatGPT. And so the very soon, I mean like within the next 5 to 10 years. So, while I'm still in my early 30s, it's quite likely that I will be struggling for a job despite being a very highly qualified individual. And statistically speaking, you're likely to be in a similar situation as well, as are most people in society. So it's a very scary future that we face, that a vast number of the jobs that currently exist are just going to be completely taken over by AI. It's kind of like when the tractor was introduced into farming. Before you needed, like, if you wanted to plow a field, you needed like hundreds or thousands of workers to work a field in order to plow it. And then now you introduce a tractor, and suddenly one guy with a tractor can just plow the whole field way faster and way better. Well, that's kind of like what AI is doing, but to the services sector now. Like, AI is the new tractor, and we're the idiots with the hoe in the field, and we're all going to be out of work really soon. So what happens when there's very few jobs left that can't be done by an AI, or can't be done more efficiently with an AI and a guy rather than 25 people? Well, that means that basically there'll be hardly anybody with a job, which means there'll be hardly anybody with an income, which means that the whole economy is going to collapse, right? If nobody has income, nobody can spend anything, nobody can buy anything, nobody can live. That's the collapse of the economy, right? And so one of the proposed solutions by these developers of AI to this problem is UBI, Universal Basic Income. So nobody has to work, and the government just gives you money, gives you income for free for not working, and then everybody has an income and the economy can keep on going. It's kind of a solution, still a pretty bleak future in my opinion, but at least it's better than nothing. And so Sam Altman is very motivated to make UBI sound like a really good idea, and by extension the people who work for him over at Open Research are then also very motivated to make UBI sound really good, because the person who pays their salary is motivated to do that. Basically, when people in the government take serious note that this is what's going to happen to the economy in the next few years, they're going to go to Sam Altman and other AI people and say, like, isn't this going to ruin the whole economy? And then Sam Altman's going to be like, collapse the economy, haha, you've activated my trap card, UBI. So that's why the researchers have cobbled together this medley of like secondary measures that they've done and put them all together in a package to make UBI sound like way more positive than it actually was in this particular scenario. In the actual paper, to be fair, they're quite open and explicit about it, but all the media and OpenAI's website and all this stuff, they really sweep these negative findings under the rug, and the things that they bring to the fore are all
Yeah, it's time for me to go too. I'll just take 10 more minutes, and then I'm gonna push the current maps with the new shader, and this way, if you have time, you can trade out.
Sounds good.
Okay, I will update all of the map prefabs, but the get, set, and go, I only work on the go. Sorry, I only work on the go maps so far. So get and set, I did not touch.
And so, how generalizable these findings are to
Alright, see you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Maybe it warrants further research, although further research is of course very expensive. And the second reason why I don't think UBI is completely cooked is because personally I'm not a very big fan of the $1,000 a month model of UBI. For people who are sort of interested in UBI research and like sort of debate around UBI, it's kind of two camps. There's the UBI monthly income cap, which is what the study was looking at, but there's also the lump sum cap. So basically, the lump sum cap is saying rather than give people a little bit of money every month, give them the total amount of money that you were going to give them, but give it to them all at the beginning. So, for example, receiving $12,000 in January, but then nothing for the rest of the year, rather than receiving $1,000 a month. It's still $12,000 at the end of the year, but the way that people receive it is very different. And in my opinion, I think lump sum is much better, simply because a lot of the things that you need to do in order to improve your human capital costs more than $1,000. For example, if you wanted to buy a decent car that would then allow you to access jobs that were in locations that required you to have a car, or at the very least would allow you to become an Uber driver, which maybe is a higher earning job than whatever you're doing right now. If you had $12,000 up front, then suddenly that way of increasing your productive capacity becomes possible. Whereas if you have to save up $1,000 every single month over 12 months, then there's a lot more chances for that money to disappear somehow, right? Maybe you have some kind of other bill that you end up using the money for, maybe your friend asks for the money, maybe you're tempted to spend it on leisure activities, which is what exactly the behavior that we saw in this study. People were spending their money on leisure activities rather than things that were improving their human capital. So because this extra income is coming more slowly and there's more chances
Shout out to Jim. How you doing?
I'm fixing to kill somebody, but I'm doing alright.
What happened?
So, all right, here's the crazy shit. I thought we were in the clear last night. I think it was just a fluke for some reason. So long story short, it appears that, all right, to give you a crash course with shader compilation. Basically, shaders are broken up into keywords. And what keywords are is it's basically a permutation of the shader, because a shader is just basically like a certain way to run a graphic simulation, right? Like, but there could be a ton of different permutations, right? Do we have like a directional light that's on? Have we enabled this setting? Like, do we have a map for the base color or something like that, right? And all of those represent permutations. So any one of those like settings is essentially a keyword. So like, you know, like, and most shaders for when VR is involved also have a keyword called stereo multiview, which is like what allows the shader to be seen and rendered through two eyes, right?
Got you.
So for whatever fucking reason, like, that I can't seem to understand, Unity seems to be stripping stereo multiview out of the shaders that get loaded into the build. Or it's like, so when I try and pre-warm these shaders, aka like compile them at runtime for the first time, so to make sure we get that initial hitch, but we load everything into memory, all the shaders. Right. It's loading the shaders without stereo multiview. So then when we transition the levels, we're just hitching again because it's got to tack on that new keyword and then recompile. And so my only current option, I think, at the moment is to literally go into my like graphics collection file, which has all the variants with all the keywords in them, and then add stereo multiview on to every single one of those. Like manually.
Like in the file?
In the file.
Wait. So I'm looking this up because I don't know too much about it, right?
Yeah.
It's like as you're telling me about it, I'm just typing. There seems to be a way to prevent stripping on like specific files, right? But you're saying that's not working?
So you can prevent stripping of, let me show you. So you can prevent stripping on like all files, all variants. You can even prevent stripping on certain variants, right? And that's where I'm getting to next, but like the fuck. So there's these ones like strip runtime debug shaders, strip unused variants and stuff. You want strip unused variants to be checked, because otherwise we're just including every single variant in the shader and we're compiling like a million shaders. By the way, this is stripping from the build. We're not even talking about pre-warming here, by the way. So like that's a different process. Like this is just what's in the build and what isn't.
I don't even know pre-warming. I just know this thing. Yeah. Okay.
And so
but just to recap real quick, to make sure I understand. So for the shaders that we actually want to use for the Toon shader, right? Like the actual performant one, the stereo multi-view on is being stripped.
Yeah. So this is the like what's called a graphics
code in Microsoft Word.
This is the only place I could open this file is in WordPad because it's just a read only file. So this is it's called a graphics state. It's a .graphics state file. It basically just lists all the variants that like, you know, you can record these variants. Basically, when you play the game, you can record the variants that you use, and then you can save those to a file, right? All right. Now check this shit out, right? So, keyword names, right? Universal render pipeline lit, right? So this is a variant of the universal render pipeline. Great, right?
Yes.
Except, here's stereo instancing on. It's there. It's fucking in there. Except
Wait, stereo instancing or multi?
Oh yeah, stereo. Sorry, thank you. So stereo multi-view is not there, and so for some reason it's when I record this footage, stereo multi-view is not being included. So my next thing would be to literally just go stereo multi-view on. Now here's the thing. We do stereo single passed instance, right?
Okay.
Which I think is what stereo instancing means. Because it's a single pass rendering versus multi-view rendering. It's it's one rendering pass duplicated. Versus 2 full render passes, which is what multi-view is. So I feel like this is the right keyword, but when I run the game, the shit just it's, I don't know, I even tried to make sure that we're not unloading. There's a setting, oh no, there's a setting called, what the fuck is it? In the player, there's keep loaded shaders alive, right? Which, strict shader variant matching too, just to make sure hey, for some reason, are you trying to find a different one? So
and these are on the expressly included list, right?
Yeah.
I know we're stripping all unused.
Yeah, so for the going back to graphics, so the always included shaders, this basically means that all variants of all of these get included.
Right.
So you want to be sparing with this because the it's all the variants, right? So you can't strip variants if they're in this. And so everything else gets built along with it. It basically looks at your materials and looks at all of the shaders that are in shader variants that are involved in all of the materials used in any scenes, basically, and make sure they're included. Now, to your point, there's some things that if you use streamed assets where it's not technically in the build and you need to stream it, then you would need to make sure that you include that shader. You don't strip it out because you don't technically have it. It's not a part of the build right now. You would still need to make sure that shader's included. That's not a problem for us right now. It's just at least I don't think. I mean, the shaders are being included in the build. I know that because otherwise everything would be fucking pink. It's just that they're, for some reason, not being appropriately loaded into memory, or they're being loaded into memory and then for some reason being immediately unloaded from memory, or something's being loaded into memory, but it's not the right thing. It's it's not the right keywords. Because every single time I do this and profile it, I'll see the same thing. It's GPU prepare shader on the first load, basically, in the profiler. And then you can see the metadata for that, and it'll show you the shader variant with all the keywords.
Got you.
And I haven't really done a one-to-one comparison, hey, does this exist in my file and it doesn't here yet? But yeah, I don't know. It just seems like we're still trying to do shit. So I'm deep in the forums.
Fuck, dude. Yeah, I don't feel like anything I'm gonna say is really helpful.
That's all good.
I'm
venting.
Learning about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So this guy seems to think replacing stereo instancing on with stereo multi-view on seems to work. This was
stereo multi-view.
Yeah, and this was May 2024, and he was compiling to an Oculus Quest 2. Which
I guess it's just like, is it more? It doesn't say on the Unity 6 docs because I'm reading the stereo rendering for XR, and it's like, okay, multi-pass, that's like way slower. So
yeah,
obviously not. We're using single pass instance, and that's the issue, right?
That's right. So we're using single pass instance, and I think that's stereo instancing, and I think stereo multi-view is multi-pass. But
no, there's three. There's multi-pass, single pass instance, and multi-view.
Right, so yeah, because it's slash multi-view, yeah.
Yeah, and I guess that's the issue. Like, how do we turn on the multi-view? Because it seems to only show multi-pass and single pass instance.
Maybe I need to add stereo multi-view on too, or just replace stereo instancing with multi-view like this guy, because he seems to say that worked.
On the Meta site, they say to enable multi-view, we go to project settings, plugin management, and like.
Oh yeah, we have that already. So up here where it says render mode, single pass instance / multi-view.
Okay, so we have.
Request an additional Vulkan graphics rendering queue for its own rendering at startup. So like, kind of want to try runtime debugger, but nah. So this might be the move. So I'll send you the. Basically, I'll send you the link to this dude's forum post because he was deep in the trenches with the same shit essentially. I dropped it in Lounge.
Just a quick question though.
Yeah.
Have we tried multi-pass?
No, but we don't want to. Like for sure.
But it says, so I'm just reading it, right?
Okay, fair enough.
In this mode, Unity performs a render path for each eye.
Yep.
Some parts of the render loop are shared. The multi-pass rendering is faster than rendering the scene with two unique cameras, right? Multi-pass mode provides the widest compatibility with existing shaders and rendering utilities, but it's slower, right?
Yes.
Is it a compatibility thing we might be facing?
Oof.
Or
that would suck.
Or like something else.
That would really
this is
suck.
mainly for one shader, right? If I'm understanding.
I'm literally doing this for this universal render pipeline lit shader, like the most, like the included out of the box. So if it's not working with that, we're fucked.
Yeah,
so, but like this stereo multi-view. This might be the move, because multi-view makes sense, because it's not multi-pass, multi-view. I wonder if it's replacing it or adding it on. Oh wait, hold on. Add a new entry. Oh, he's done multiple options here. I was interested. Replacing stereo seems to work. It's a bit sketchy, as I definitely tried it a few times and didn't see results. But after trying several other things, it didn't work, and then trying again, it seems successful. Fuck.
Wow.
That's not good.
Not confidence right there.
That's not good at all. Because here's also the other thing. I have to do this in a different way. So like, normally the way that you do this for games is there's this like, Unity actually gives you an option out of the box, which is nice. In graphics, they currently track 35 shaders, 135 total variants. And then they're like, oh, you can preload the shaders, and then you create a shader variant collection file, so you can just save this to an asset, and then you're good. Except this shit doesn't work with Vulkan, which is the graphics API for fucking Android, apparently, after reading the Unity docs. And then they have their other thing, which is the graphics state collection. So you have to create this graphics state collection file, make sure the runtime platform's the graphics device type is the right kind. And then that'll tell Vulkan, like, hey, this is the deal. But then you still need to create like a script that on awake just warms up these shaders, basically. And then you're good. Now, all right, there is a workaround that is theoretically possible. And this is it's just dev bullshit hijinks, you know? In the loading screen, or like the whatever launch screen of the game, we put cubes with every single material in the game in them.
Wait.
And we hide it.
So on every, it's just like one cube.
No. Well, a cube for each material, or a sphere. We basically just put material spheres for every single material in the game, and we just occlude. You know, we will have like a loading screen so you can't see shit because whatever, fuck it, it's launching the game, right? And we can like actually just compile all those shaders at once, right? Because once they're in memory, we're good. Like, we're swapping scenes, everything's chilling. Like, and we could just do that, right? And this is effectively what that is doing, but it's without including all those objects. It's supposed to just do it. Like, it's supposed to just do it. And my hope was that when you do this, you gain access to, like, basically, you can do, like, warm-up, what was it, warm up progressively. And so you can make this an async process. So like
shaders, right?
Yeah. So like we could have like a, you know, like some cool thing where when you're in the, like, I don't know, you're in an elevator or something like that, and like the, you know, we compile the shaders and it's like a hidden loading screen, you know? Like that would be cool, but like if for some reason this shit is not going to work and this approach is unstable or incompatible, the fallback is literally we just create a room with all the materials, just fucking load it, and then we got everything. It's all in memory, all the variants, and we call it good.
And it's like hidden.
Yeah, and it's hidden. So
I mean, honestly, I'm not like opposed to that, especially because it seems like the issue is just loading it. Like, it doesn't seem like it seems like if there's a functional way. I mean, my only concern is this like on top of everything, right? Like when you first load the game, even if it's async, are we still like overwhelming this shit, or like are you saying whenever we need this specific material, or is this like a prerequisite to even doing anything in the game, being functional with your local person? Like, we just need to load this. You don't have a body, you don't have arms. You may see like our Get Set Go logo, but in the background, like we're putting that scene together and ensuring that shaders are compiling, right? The load screen that every game has, like that's our version of it, I guess.
Pretty much. The one downside is that like the advantage of having the system is that then we can be a little more granular and like actually manage what shaders are in memory at what time. Like, because if for whatever reason the game gets really big and we have a lot of different ones, which we may not, right? Admittedly, we may not have a whole lot of variants. Like, we'll just keep this shit really simple. We got like, it's effectively, we always have like 50 or so shader variants. Because it's not, each material isn't a variant per se. It's like whenever the settings are unique of a material, in some sense, from my understanding. I could be wrong though. Each shader variant, each material could be a shader variant, because if you have a different texture, technically that's a variant, I think. I don't know. Anyway, the point is if for whatever reason we have a number of variants, if it starts to get pretty big, like that's a lot of memory, you know, like, and shaders are kind of not cooperative. Like they're not you can't, I mean, we can compress textures, but shaders are like you know, like they're it's just not much. You can decrease the amount of variance that a shader has, and then like increase, I don't know, but I've seen a bunch of different things on optimizing it. You can even like there's a cool shader optimization tool that you can just copy and paste shader code in, and it'll tell you like what sucks about it and what doesn't. But there's still this memory burden, and so like having this work, what that would allow us to do maybe is like, maybe even if we want to get so granular, like a part of the like scene transition process is we can warm up these shaders like over that, you know, delay time, right? During the back half of set, like we'll start to warm up these shaders, you know, and then transition into go or something like that, whatever. And if we had it like addressable content that wasn't, you know, native to the game, you know, we need to stream something, like we could just include it in the, you know, the shaders that come in the game as like an update, and you just have it compiled anyway, but then that just seems kind of like junk. I don't know. Like, I just want to figure out a way for this to work, but the fallback is an option. I mean, it would be a way to get around this, especially for tomorrow.
Yeah, because I'm like, I'm thinking like it's two problems. One is like the right now problem, which it seems like you have a solution. But the bigger issue, which is the real point, is like, yo, how do we do this at scale? Because we're gonna have different shit, and we want like the most flexible game possible. I say, is there a world that we can like build towards tomorrow, today, like super small? So like even that, because it seems like we're gonna have a lot of like systems to like load and unload a bunch of shit just to be performant. Like we already have some for like actual assets in the addressable system. We need some for the shaders. Like we have to have the system, but like it seems like next week we have to have the system.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow we need the like hot fix.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm just gonna try this real quick. I mean, this is gonna be really stupid, but anybody know? No, you got to do this by a script, don't you? It's like a nice little text replace. So KT, just to catch you up, what you're looking at right now is this is a graphic state file. It basically includes all the shader variants. That are in the game, and these are keywords. So shaders are broken up into keywords. Basically, that's how they work. And one of the keywords that is for VR is basically stereo instancing or stereo multi-view, and that basically tells the shader like, hey, you know, render this in a way or copy it or do it twice, you know. When we record footage of the game, or we can record these shaders basically to make sure that I can pre-warm these shaders.
Right.
Basically. What happens is that these, when I run the game and I pre-warm this list of shaders, shit doesn't work. They don't. These aren't. We still compile shaders at runtime. So clearly these aren't the right shaders being pre-warmed. Like not the or shader variants. They're not the right versions of shit. Like that's not good.
Yeah.
But the when digging into a bunch of files, like we saw, I don't know. It was weird because it was working last night. Like it, which I think was maybe just a fluke. I have to kind of audit my process and see if I did anything different. But
yeah, well, there's got to be a better editor than this.
Yeah, I mean, there's a, if it came to it and this is the way we would have to do it, just to change this from stereo instancing to stereo multiview, I could just write a script that reads this file and just changes any instance of stereo instancing to stereo multiview. Like that's not super bad.
Yeah. Back is all black and white.
Well, it's because I think the only thing I could open it in was WordPad.
Bruh.
Yo, but whenever you want, KT, we can run whatever test you want.
Let's do it.
Yeah. For me, I think it's more so like we can rerun any of our test scenes, but is there a test that you said you wanted to run you couldn't run in like?
Yes. Mainly the audio. So I want to make sure that the audio is getting to all the clients.
Got you.
Yeah, it might not be right now, which I need to figure it out. It might work. Who knows? We'll see.
Okay. Have you merged the latest from staging? I'm gonna assume no.
No. Okay. Give me 1 sec. Yeah, on your side, it's mainly the driving that I kind of want to try again with the new control.
Oh yeah, I have not placed the new steering.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Should be all pushed.
Oh, pushed?
Yeah.
To
changes.
your branch. Oh, okay. I got
Yeah.
you. I think no. What I was saying is, if you pull from staging, because I have some fixes there that I think you need, and I think we just all need to kind of be in sync at this moment. So we can take this time to get you in sync, and then like make sure everything's integrated from your stuff into staging, and then
Okay.
run that test.
Staging, is that a new branch?
Yeah. So basically, we just don't want to kick off builds. I mean, we do, but like we don't for our build number and like just a whole gang of reasons. So we're gonna stage everything on staging, like just make sure it's good, make sure it builds locally, yeah, and then push.
Okay. So all right. So you want me to push my changes to staging or to pull from staging?
Yeah, first pull and then push.
Okay.
Pull, you're gonna probably have a few conflicts.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if you want to share screen, we can walk through it.
All right. Let me do that. Sick. All right. So yeah, so the only conflicts are this, I assume.
Network player, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna need, well, my version has the things to make it drive.
To make it drive?
Mm-hmm.
And my version, let me check. Oh, mine just have this ooze. It always had that. Even in the last version.
No, I think you have. I think I still have that, the Avatar Transition Manager.
Yeah.
I think I removed the vehicle network input provider, and you still have it.
Oh, this one.
No, yeah. So I kept that one, and I removed the voice network object, or the one above the voice network object, the vehicle network input provider, because basically we're switching.
This one, right?
Yeah, that's the Raycast one that we want.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So I'll use yours. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think other things I need in this one. Wait, I'm merging from staging to mine, so I'll keep yours. Right. The master scene.
I did not touch, but I think it might.
It's the sound manager, right?
Does it say? Oh, so you touched.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna need yours.
Okay. Sick. Set KT, that's definitely mine, right?
Yeah.
This is definitely mine.
Part spawner?
Yeah, because I added refund and a bunch of other just polished stuff to the store. It's just like the store in the set scene. Right now it has Edward's visuals on it. It's like a nice animation stuff. I'll show you later. Vending machine, also mine. Destination. And we're all good?
Yeah. And then after, we can just run yours locally to make sure it works. And then you push that up, and I'll pull, and then we can run whatever.
Wicked. Alright, so let me check out the only thing that changed was, I guess locally, is the avatar, the network avatar. So I'll check that out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this version control tool is so handy. I can't imagine doing this without. Crazy.
Yeah, GitHub looks wild for this.
Yeah. This is actually very convenient.
Was I able to save that? I have no idea. Seems that way. Alright. Just in case. Oh, fuck, did I do the wrong one? Did the wrong one? Fuck!
Damn. Tough.
Nah, it's good. I think it just included the track, so it's fine. As long as I know this works, it doesn't really matter. Okay. Let's give this shit a whirl.
Yo. Oh. No errors.
Get siphoned off from other different costs, then
no compile errors, at least.
The same low-paying job, and you don't have a car because
still
you're
have
able
this.
to make that upfront investment. So
Removed.
that's why I'm a big fan of lump sum. I also mentioned that study in Liberia that looked at universal basic income as well.
Wait, it's still here though.
Different economy to America,
No, that's what you need.
in Liberia, these people
Oh,
were
the
reaching
new one.
universal basic income were
Okay.
living in
Gotcha.
huts that had grass
I'll make
roofs,
this transition
and one of
5
the main
seconds.
things that they used their universal basic income to do was to upgrade their
Fuck
roofs
it.
into
We'll
metal
change it
roofs.
later.
Now, why is that a big deal? Well, because
Nah,
it
man,
turns out
change
these
it now,
grass
'cause
roofs that
then it's all
that the whole
staging,
village
and
is
then we
using
all have it.
are pretty bad roofs. Like they don't keep
I
out
just felt
the
like
rain properly.
a
they
longer
leak, and also
transition
they get damaged,
feels
and so
nice.
they have to be replaced every single
I'll
year.
even give it
which
like
is very expensive for the
6,
people who live
like,
in this village because they need to
because
buy
the
very
ooze
specific type
the
of
ooze
grass in order to make the
animation
roof
is
a
really
roof which doesn't
quickly.
even keep the water
We
out
need
very well.
to.
So it's just like a very rubbish way of living.
I
And
feel
a
like
bunch
we
of
need
their
to do
time
some
and
work
money
on
gets
the
spent on just
animation
maintaining this
later
rubbish
on,
roof.
but
And
for
so when they
now I'll
received
just
this
make it
UBI,
longer.
this sort of lump sum of money, they were
Like it
able
has
to
to be
upgrade
more
their
obvious
roofs
from
to
a
a metal
first-person
roof,
perspective.
which then instantly increases their earning potential, right? Because now they're not
Right
having
now,
to
you just feel like
waste their money
something
on
dropped onto
buying
your head,
grass, and also they're not having to waste
and
their
you're
time in
like blind for
Dallas
several
or around
seconds.
big cities like Chicago. And so I wouldn't expect this kind of cooperative behavior
I think
to be
it has
as
to
strong
come
in those communities
from
as I
in
do
front of
as
you
we saw in
instead of
Liberia.
from above you, because nobody's gonna look up ever.
Sorry, I missed most of that. Sorry, what?
No, yeah, I was talking to myself.
Oh, okay.
I was just talking about the ooze animation. I think it
Oh.
has to come from the front instead of the top.
Yeah.
Alright, sick. Alright, let me run my stuff, see if it still works.
Yeah.
Let's go. Still have my sound? Yes. I got some nice AI music now.
Nice.
Hey, no copyright.
I double checked the copyright, so as long as you're subscribed to like premium or something on Suno AI, you're good to use it for commercial.
That's cap.
But nothing here is final.
That's such cap.
Like that's cap.
That's,
Alright.
no.
We'll
I
make
mean,
our own
I don't know.
music later on.
Maybe with Suno, I have no idea about Suno, but like Suno's own fucking, user, maybe in regards to Suno, but in regards to the actual material, that's such cap.
Yo, does this look normal to you?
I can't wait. Hold on. I don't know what I'm looking at.
Where did my ooze go?
Oh.
Yo.
Feel like I'm in my Game
That's
Boy.
that shader's got an error.
Where did my store go?
Yeah, it's the vending machine material's got an error for some reason.
It's okay.
Could have been something you pulled, because I fucked with a bunch of shit. So, might just have to put the texture or something, or just find the material for it and just make sure it's good.
Well, functionally, it's all working. Visually, kind of fucked. Oh, it's very floaty now.
Yeah, the capsules, like I mentioned, yeah, they're floaty. Like, I don't really know what happened, but suddenly they became floaty.
I like it.
I don't, but yeah, it's actually not that bad. It's
Whatever.
just like it's interesting. Okay.
Oh yeah.
What the fuck?
Vinna?
What the fuck? That's such a weird.
I don't.
What the fuck? Okay.
I'm not entirely sure.
I connected to your
What?
game, KT. Could you leave?
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, my bad. I was like, why am
My
I
bad.
suddenly in this view of set?
That makes sense.
Well, yeah, material is kind of fucked.
Alright, there we go. Yeah, you just, if you just, fuck. big stutter. Nope. Nope. Still fucked. This is so upsetting. Alright, you know what? Fuck it. Alright. Option number 3. We're doing this, but I'm gonna have to redo this shit. So I'm gonna have to just make sure it works and then redo it.
Right.
And I have no way of knowing exactly how many materials are being used. I fucking...
Wait, so
Ooh, that's really annoying.
Should I push this or should I wait for the material problem to get solved?
You shouldn't wait for the material problem to get solved.
Yeah. Push what
Shouldn't
you have
or
so
should?
we can have the
Should
sound.
not.
Should not. All right. All right. I'll push this in. Click.
This fucking sucks.
This should just work with that. Yay. See, sometimes the Unity inspector works really quickly.
Risk it. We'll risk it, my friend.
Risk it every time. All right.
Is it because they're in resources? Is that what's fucking it up? I have no idea. It's because I'm stripping instancing? Nah. Most of these aren't instance. Alright, well, whatever.
So, Rourke, you're saying I shouldn't be worried about the material at all?
Worried is the wrong word, but oh, you mean like the pink one? The fact that it was pink?
Yeah.
No, you can
The
go.
fact that it's not there.
Yeah, go into the materials folder. Look for like vending machine or whatever that material is called, and
vending machine.
I wonder if I put this. Ah, dude, I'm a fucking genius. Hold on. I'm gonna save a lot of time here. I think. I hope.
Oh. Internal error shader.
Yeah. So just make it a universal render pipeline lit or something.
That's gonna turn it all white though.
That's fine. Then refine the there's a there should be a fucking thing of texture called fucking vending machine or props
Fucking vending machine.
or props or something.
Oh, this. The JPEG? No.
I don't know. Maybe. Ah, you fucking... How the fuck do I do this again? It's like middle mouse drag. Is it only with Odin?
I think I found it. You just try it off one more time.
Fuck. I swear to God, if I gotta do it this way.
Alright, looks better.
I'm going to kill somebody.
Wait, Abena, have you pulled already? Yo.
I said nope. You pushed.
Yeah. Let me just do another quick.
Yeah.
Let me do one quick push. Alright, all good. This is just to fix the material.
Yeah, did you push the staging?
Yes. Not to staging.
With the fix?
Oh, right. Yeah, let me do that. I just checked in the changes, my bad. Alright, so merge from this branch to staging. And no conflict. Checking merge. Alright, it should be all there.
Perfect.
Also, Rourke, where is the train station at Dartmouth?
There isn't one. It's in White River Junction. I'll have to have a friend pick us up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Word.
If there was, I mean, it's like 5 minutes away, but unfortunately, I don't think you can get an Uber.
Yeah, no. There's like one Uber driver.
Not
at
anymore. Not anymore.
Oh, he died?
No, sorry,
I
you
mean,
can't. You can't get Ubers from White River. I mean, I used to like be able to swing maybe to your point, like one or two, but I don't know if you can anymore.
I see.
This is the dumbest thing I think I might have ever done. Not gonna lie. It's like we're reaching biblical levels of stupid.
What are you doing?
Well, I am putting every single material that is going to be included in the game into the master scene so that when we load the master scene, we compile all the shaders. Effectively what I'm trying to be doing with the fucking script, but now I just got to do it with this bullshit. And yeah, so it sucks. And I have no real way of knowing exactly if these are all the right materials because I have to like think, basically. I have to kind of guess and remember like which ones, and because I mean if I just put all the materials in here, that's annoying, and I want to cut corners, but at the same time, if
So
I
you're
don't,
saying we need to put all the materials onto a game object in the master scene in order for it to load?
Yeah. Well, because what we're going to do is we're going to compile all the shaders, all the shader variants, I should say, rather, in the game. And, yeah, basically doing that is going to, make sure that we never compile shaders when we spawn something or load something new. So that the shaders are already in memory, so they've already been compiled. And so then it's just about loading the asset. And you should be able to pre-warm shaders like this, but this is the bullshit rabbit hole that I've been going down for the past several days. And this is the only solution that I feel like I could think of in lieu of this. Funnily enough, this is what they did for Ori and the Blind Forest. They were like, well, we just got to put all the assets, all the shaders that we want to load for a given section, like, and kind of pre-warm them by just putting materials on objects.
That's funny, but as long as it works. Damn, that's a long ass material line over there. It's a whole spectrum.
It's stupid, is what it is.
Well.
And I'm like terrified that we're gonna miss one and I'm gonna think it's not working.
ready to run whatever test, man.
All right. Let's do it.
Yeah. So I jump to the master scene.
Yep. Just go to master scene and.
There's an editor tool for this. There's an editor tool for this. There's
And
an editor tool
how about
for this.
you go in first? You go in first, and I'll join you.
There's an editor tool for this. There's an editor tool for this.
Let me know when you're in.
Yeah.
There's an editor tool for this.
Yep, I'm in there.
Oh, all right. Joining as a client.
Yo.
Yo. I don't hear shit. That's not good.
You hear no music?
Nope.
Okay. Are you on a team?
Just hit start game and then get. Wait, which team am I on?
I don't know.
You're on a different team. You're on team 2, I think.
Yeah, I need to be on team 1. Team 2 has the old version of the store. I haven't changed them yet.
Yeah, no, what should we do?
Alright, let's restart this. But yeah, that's a bummer. I do need RPCs.
Well, if you don't mind the music being the same, you could just make the music local.
Yeah.
Just make it model behavior.
I thought I did that, but apparently it's not coming through. It must be something wrong. Alright, but now let me know when you're in.
Yep, I'm there.
Alright. Alright.
Yo.
Can you press start game and then get?
Are you on a team?
Yeah, I'm on team 1.
Alright.
Alright, no music. That's shit. But you hear everything, right? You can hear music.
Yeah, I turned it down, but yes.
Do you see the bubble?
I see some goop.
Yep, that's that. The shader's all kind of weird right now, but only the middle part is functional.
Hey.
I see you bought something.
It looks like it.
You missed it. Try refund. So grab something and then
just shoot it back. That's pretty cool.
I don't even know if this is all those fucking shaders materials.
Try buying something when you don't have any money.
Oh shit.
Oh whoa.
Yeah,
this is the part. This is the part I was talking about.
Oh fuck.
It's
because
there's something
the car
weird with
is
the.
drivable.
Yeah, it's drivable.
Like it's rigged up. Like we just spawned it. Like
Yep.
it shouldn't be.
We're driving that car in the sea.
Anyway.
Sick. Alright. Guess I got some work to do.
Oh wait, hold on.
Oh,
fuck.
Wait, I didn't know this thing exists.
Yeah, go in there. Does the car menu work for you?
Me?
Uh,
oh.
Let me try that. Oh, it's shaking like insane.
Are you on it?
It drove away.
Shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Yo, look at my screen.
I left the car.
Holy shit.
Something fucking happened with all the physics, but that is ass, bro.
Are you alright?
Shit. Yeah, no, I jumped out. That looks crazy.
You look like you were gonna fly up.
I'm so
like
mad.
a helicopter.
Yeah, I have to check what car this is, because
Bro,
this cannot be the car that I just.
Why is it still spinning?
I have no idea, man. This cannot be the car I just set up.
Oh my god. Oh, there's another car over there. Unless it's just a model.
Nope, this is the car I set up. Oh, fuck. Okay, so I have no idea why it's floating in this world. It makes no sense.
Is it also like spinning on your side?
Yeah, no, it's spinning. Are you still attached?
No.
Oh, I thought you were spinning with it. I was like, holy shit.
No. Luckily.
Okay.
Oh, a new
I
one.
spawned another one. Nope, I don't even want to do it. It's already floating.
Let me do it.
Look at that shit.
Drive.
I don't want to get on that shit. No. No.
I can't even drive. Oh no, I'm driving.
These are the
new
cars.
The wheels aren't touching the ground. They're all.
What the fuck?
Yeah, dude.
Dude, I can't get out. Ugh.
I'm gonna spawn another one. See what happens. Oh shit.
This one looks more normal. At least currently.
I don't trust it, man. Okay, let me see. Yeah,
Wait.
it's normal.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, let me get on. Hold on. Middle. Come on. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's shaky again.
Oh, it's smooth for me. Fuck. Okay.
Oh,
Nope,
it's
shaking
dude.
out. God damn it.
Look at my screen. Look at my Discord screen.
Yeah, my screen's crazy too,
dog. Is this the new car?
No, this is not supposed to be the new car. This is just.
It's not a car work. It's a hurricane.
Yeah, I left.
All right.
So yeah, now I want to try my shit to see if it's still set. So we can jump in scene 11.
Right. Damn. That was kind of intense.
Or actually, we could do 12 because it should spawn apart.
12.
Yeah.
All right. 12 it is. I don't see you.
Oh, you're already in there?
Yeah.
Dope.
Oh, I see you now.
Okay. I see you.
Oh.
You see this large pancake?
Yes.
Are you on it?
Yes.
You want to drive it?
I don't know, man, but I will.
Yeah, try it.
Hey, it works. Wait, I can't move it.
You're not moving?
Yeah.
Making a Gonzalez.
How do I drive this again?
It should just be regular.
Yeah,
Once
I'm
it
not.
got unset.
It's not
Do you have
moving.
any errors?
Let me see. Move called on inactive controller.
Nah, not that.
Yeah, that's normal.
But also, yeah, that's normal. No network object component. Argument exception. You can see my screen, right? Just look at my screen.
Yeah. It's really small. Can you explain? Like, can you say where the blue text is?
It's random vehicle generator 225.
Okay, yeah. I don't think we have the same car prefabs because I just added these.
Okay.
Yeah. So there should be. I think the issue is, basically we're trying to parent like network object parts, and there's no network object on the attachment point trigger. Can you just check something for me real quick?
Yeah.
If you type in your project window, if you type in just RBS capital, and
that's not even rendering.
So where is it?
The pancake. It's like breakfast something.
This one?
Yeah. If you check in the inspector on the, you might want to just stop and get out the view. My fault.
Right.
If you check on the hierarchy and look at the attachment points, there should be a network object on the attachment point.
Attachment points. You mean the seats?
No. Under PK tank, it's NP slot 0.
Oh, this. Yeah, there is a network object.
There's a network object?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, there are network objects on all of them.
Okay. We could just try the scene without the parts. Oh, I think it's 011.
Okay. Let's do it. I'm in. Let me spawn the car. Yo. Hey.
All right. I'm connecting. I see you.
I can't even spawn the car.
Are you getting an error?
Yes. No reference exception. It's on random vehicle generator 135.
Okay, so if you look at the random vehicle generator menu, UI, what parts are set up for you? Oh, my fault. You might wanna
quit.
Yeah, it's just easier. Okay, yeah, you have a phone and pan tank. Yeah, those are. Wait, can I see your pan tank? Like you click on it. Okay, yeah, that's set up. And do you have any logs about configuration data?
Configuration.
Like, yeah, you have no references, but basically it would be I don't know if it's a warning or an error. That basically says this, like it says like chassis ID and all this good shit. Like it says a chassis ID and a prefab number and like something is missing.
Let me check. I don't think so. There's a serialized object not creatable exception.
But that's not related. It doesn't seem related to this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's only a null reference.
Yeah, that part should be around parenting, like a part. And basically it either means that we don't have like an actual normal part set up in there. So like in the menu, this might be the, ooh, I see something. So we don't have the right parts in O11. If you go to the UI menu.
The UI menu?
Yeah. It just has the phone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not I don't think that's a valid part.
So
it has to have like NP, yeah. If you click on it, it has to say like NP, like I have bagpipe in a shell. So clearly I just need to push this.
Right.
Yeah, my fault.
Let me know when you're pushed.
Yeah, I haven't pushed. There's no data manager in this scene. So let me do that. I just pushed the staging.
All right. Staging. Merge. Whoa. All right. Should we run it?
Yeah. You hop in first.
Sorry?
I said you can hop in first.
All right. I'm in.
Alright, try to spawn a car.
Oh, it worked.
Alright, is it shaking?
It's not shaking.
Alright, that's
It's a pancake.
Dope. You able to...
I wish I can spawn the other one. I like the other one better.
Yeah, just wait. Just wait.
Come on. I'm up here.
Are you able to drive it?
I haven't tried yet. I'm waiting for you to hop on.
Yeah, no, you can just drive it first.
Alright.
We're gonna do a lot of tests, yeah.
Alright, I'm driving.
Perfect. Okay. Can you leave it?
Can I leave it? Yes, I can.
And is it driving when you use the trigger?
Nope.
Okay. Solid. If you spawn another one.
Music to your ears.
Yes. If you spawn another one. It should be like, okay.
Fuck.
You got unlucky. I'll drive this one real quick.
Alright, move it out of my way. Like, so I can do the lottery one more time.
It's so hard to jump on someone else's. It's like too tall.
You gotta practice your movement.
Yeah.
You're bad at the game that you are making.
No, I think the collider like literally doesn't recognize me if I don't have input authority. Like if I didn't spawn it.
Oh shit.
It's hard as fuck to like jump on the car. Fuck. Okay. And of course we can't aim. Okay, I kinda can. Hold on. I'm goated. Let's go. Come on. God damn it.
Where are you? I don't see you. Are you in? Oh, you're here.
Yeah, I'm in front. Dog, this menu is crazy. Actually, can you just drive this shit out the way?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm on.
I tried. Okay, and the other car is not driving, right?
I don't see the other one. Oh, it's not.
Okay, perfect.
Alright.
More music to my ears. Now, let's see if I spawn a fucking skateboard. Hopefully.
Wait.
God damn
the other
it.
car. No, it's not. It's not. Wait, it was like shaking for a little.
Yeah,
but...
it might shake. Which I also have to... Yeah, it's shaking.
Yeah, it's shake. You see the shake too, right?
Yeah.
But look how fun this is. Look at this.
Yeah, it like shakes when it turns. I gotta like figure that out. I'm trying to crash.
Can we collide? Oh, we can. There is collision. Oh, it shakes like crazy when you collide.
Yeah.
Is it shaking for you right now?
When I'm driving, no, but when I try to turn, yeah.
You know the reason for that?
Probably something physics based.
See, whenever collision happens, it's like it shakes like crazy. Wait, you just left the driver's seat, right?
Yeah, I just jumped off.
I didn't, but I can't drive anymore.
Okay, so that's not good. I think I know what that means. If you check your logs real quick.
Right.
Do you have a log that says input handler cleared?
Input handler is being set to null.
Yeah.
It's
Yours
a warning.
says that?
Yep.
For like what just happened in my seat. Or for when you jumped off the past one. Like the time for that, was it like within the past like 15 seconds, like a minute?
Wait,
Or was, that one says 42. I think that's older.
Yeah, that's older. This
yeah,
might
that
be it.
one, yeah, that's mine, and it's showing
Yeah.
up for you, so that's, I'll take a note of that. Line 33. RPC client leave seat. Okay, that's helpful, thank you. Okay, last test is if we just try to drive together. Hopefully this is a fucking skateboard.
Yeah. Still in this scene, right?
Yeah. You
All
can jump off the cars.
Oh, jump off. Okay.
It might be hella shaky for you. Fuck.
Oh, we have a skateboard. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's
How's
go.
the FPS for you right now? Is it like
how do I check?
Just like
viewing
quality of life check right now. Like, is it like smooth or like shaky?
It's decent. Yeah, it's
Alright.
decent.
Okay. Okay, skateboard.
You drive or I drive?
I can be a passenger.
Alright. I'm the driver. Hop on.
Alright.
Alright. You ready?
Let's go.
Fuck, I can't move.
Can't move? Fuck.
Yep.
Okay, not good. Let me leave
Alright.
seat.
Leave seat. Let me just try one more time. Yeah, I can't move.
Yeah, this car also spawned weird as fuck, so I think something happened with the merge. Because if I look at the wheels, they're fucked up.
But that's a shader issue, I feel like.
Are the normals inverted?
Side.
Yeah, the normals are
No,
inverted.
yeah, on this.
I don't know why, it was a problem for me. I saw it and it was weird. So I don't really know what happened with that, but...
Yeah, that's not good.
Whoa!
Okay. Well.
Okay. Should we try the pancake car?
Well, I'm kind of stuck on this car.
Oh,
Because
shit.
the menu's in the ground.
But you can still drive it, though.
In a fucking circle. These curse physics.
Why is it... Who's driving it?
Me.
Oh. Damn.
I just
That's
can't,
tough.
like, steer.
Alright, let's
I can't
restart
steer.
the scene. Bruh.
Yeah, no, something got fucked up with the, like, configuration of this car.
Yeah. I think that explains the weird behavior it had on the other scene too. Let's try the pancake car.
Wait, are you still
Alright.
in the scene?
No, I just quit it and restarted the scene. Are you in already?
No. The issue to me with the pancake though is, and you'll see it if I spawn it and you try to get on, you might not be able to step on the box collider. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
I'm in the scene. Alright, I see you. Spawn it.
Yeah,
I
so
think-
are you able to
it's
get on?
I think it's a skill issue, Abina.
I don't think so, man.
It was smooth. You want me to, oh, yo, wait, I'm not on the passenger yet.
Alright, try to get on now.
Wait, 1 sec. Why does it feel like it's higher now? Alright, I'm on. Alright, I'm in the passenger seat. I'm moving, but your avatar is behind. Your avatar, just like last time, it's like, it's not following the car.
Yeah, I don't know why that would be the case.
Just a visual of it.
Yeah, but like on your screen, if you click that person, like that's my network person to you.
What person?
The person that you say
Oh.
is floating.
Oh, the network avatar?
Yeah.
Yeah, what about it? Yeah, see,
If I look
you're
at
over
mine,
here.
yeah.
You're over here.
Yeah, but just to you, because if I look at my person, I'm still with my local person, which is on the car. So.
Yeah. This
is there any...
seems to me like a parent issue because it thinks that you're sitting on the car, and relative to the car, you're not moving. So that's why you're like in place right now.
That seems like that makes sense, right?
Yeah. Otherwise, yeah.
But this is supposed to follow my local person. So I guess, like, are you saying it's because my local person transforms? Like, ooh, wait a minute.
Yeah, your local person's transform. Okay, go to your hierarchy and check for me whether or not the local person is on the car.
No, both of my people I think are on the car.
They are?
Like my local person is in the car. Yeah.
It's under, like, it's a child of your car.
My local person is attached to the driver's seat.
Okay.
Your network person wouldn't be, right? And I don't parent them because I actually don't want them parented. I just want it to follow my local person.
But my local person, I can't find it. Where is my local person?
It should be on the car because it's parented. So if you go to whatever seat you're on the car, you'll see your local person.
Oh, on the seat. Right. Stupid. Okay. Fuck. Where are the seats?
It's under controls.
Rider seat, middle seat, left seat, right seat. God damn it, where is it? Oh, maybe it's this. Yeah, I see it.
Okay. So.
Yeah, for some reason, it wasn't following your local avatar.
Yeah, I mean, there's an option here that says sync parent. But like our network player is not parented, so I just don't know why that would be the case. But that's a good thing to know. You don't see my person, but I see your person coming with the car.
Right.
So like, no one sees the driver, but the driver sees everybody. Very weird. Okay, if I leave, and are you able to drive this car?
Let me see. Nope, I cannot.
No, okay.
Less music to your ears.
Less music.
Can I steal the scene for a little bit? I just need to try something.
Oh, I'm not in that scene.
Oh, okay, word. So.
Alright, I can leave as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We need multiple servers.
No, we just need to change the name of each room.
Yeah. Well. Alright, what else do we need to test, Habina?
That was pretty much it for me. Was driving. Like, can you move? Can we switch? Do we drive all the cars? Part is like, I don't have all of the parts on my end, so I only have one part per car working. So that's really not impressive.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess we don't have to test that. and it's not really super big on my list for Friday. So yeah, really what I want to do is make sure that like in Go we could all just spawn cars and drive.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just gonna work on that scene and try to figure out why you can't see me, because like in multiplayer play mode I can see me on both people, so like it's just like fuck, it's one of those issues. So
Yeah.
I'll look into it, but this was helpful.
Yeah, that's good. I also got work to do on on my fucking sound, because there's no sound at all. Fuck. But hopefully that's just an RPC thing. But I'll get to it.
Yeah, hopefully both of these are very easy fixes.
Yeah, but good luck on fixing those.
Appreciate
Yeah, but later when the issues are solved, maybe we can do a merge together, or is it tomorrow? We said Thursday night, right?
Oh, you mean for the build?
Yeah, for the build.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean we have a lot on staging. Like we just wanted to make sure most of our shit is there and like semi-functional, like 80, 70, 90%. And so I think that that's there. Like your changes are there. Obviously they're not like working on both ends, and obviously my changes aren't perfectly working, and we have some like stator issues, and yeah. But I think we can kick off a build, just knowing that we have a lot integrated, and that like adding to that is going to be easier.
Yep. That sounds like a good plan.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll try to fix the voice thing, fuck the sound thing today, and integrate that with the build. And yeah, whenever just whenever you feel like you're good to go, and if I'm good to go as well, we'll just merge.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll be in Discord.
All right, man.
All right, man. Later.
Peace.
Peace.
And on this end of the stator graph, hell, how's it going?
Well, fuck, I don't even. There, wait, stereo instancing on, alpha blend on, fading on. Alright, well that's not good. I like can't, for some reason I can't actually go to get or set right now. This is fucking weird. Let me launch this again. I've done something a little bit more stupid, which was, let's just, like, the startup to this game is a real big chug. Okay, I'm in the game. Got all these fucking materials. Alright. What the fuck? Ugh. It's like I can't even see if it's working. Hold on. Let me just... Still fucking... Is there any reason why this shit wouldn't work? Did I like this again.
I got 3 consecutive life sentences plus 106 years.
3
consecutive life sentences
plus
106 years for some stuff that don't even carry this kind of time. None of the charges carry this type of time, none of them. But I got time like I killed 30 people or something.
Alright, cool. First and foremost, man, I want to thank you for taking that time, giving us the opportunity to chop it up with you. Could you start by just giving us your name?
I'm cold. They call me Sleep though. So everybody, me from that world or whatever. But I'm cold. I'm cold.
We can think back and reflect on your childhood. Which one of your favorite? I appreciate you sharing.
Right.
That's some knowledge, some game. I need to get my.
Right, for sure, man. Man, that's nothing, bro. It's just all up here. It's a your thing. Then whoever taps in and see it and it resonate with them, they're gonna tap back in. People see it, pass it by like we do right now. You scroll through something, see it, keep it pushing. But I tell you this, they always keep talking about drugs and drugs and drugs and drugs and this.
Gonna need a new foot bar. Time to eat my beans. But okay.
I can still make this too.
You'll be lucky if you can make it for breakfast. You keep moving things around without telling me.
Alright, I'm gonna go. Best of luck, man.
Thank you.
I'll probably see you later.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Alright.
Alright, man, thanks. I'll check it later.
Hey, Daddy's girl. I need you to take this man here to my client.
Thank you, but I'm really only here to find my dad.
My client goes by the name of Lee Molander. Do you want your dad back or not, kid?
Gosh damn it, okay.
You're gonna need a new foot.
Your driver used a private road owned and constructed by my client without permission.
He had permission.
I've seen no such document submitted by counsel. Permission from whom?
Tommy Morse.
Did you give permission for TTP to use our cutoff to Highway 285?
302 was closed for my construction. They asked if I could use a bypass, and I allowed them to.
Did they ask for that courtesy to be extended beyond the closure of the highway? You had restricted permission, which had expired. You made no request to extend it. We could land it in the middle of the road whenever we want. It's our fucking road.
Uncle, we get it.
Do you? Think they hired me because I'm pretty? I charge $900 an hour, you asshole, and you're real close to learning why. Your driver used a private road owned and constructed by my client without permission.
You know why you're in here?
Because I helped my sister escape the vault. You and Chet put your sister in incredible danger by helping her out that vault door.
You could have gotten us all. What do you think started all this? These vaults are impenetrable, meaning those raiders could only have gotten into Vault 32 because some bonehead opened the door to the surface.
Not just Vault 32, but 33 and 31 as well. Thank goodness they're unscathed. But you could have destroyed the last vestiges of civilization. What are we going to do with you?
Punish me with a demotion, I guess. Are you aware that at every job you've been assigned to, your performance review has been lax enthusiasm?
No, but that sounds accurate.
secured against waste our stock, which is, undergoing some temporary turbulence.
If the stock drops, we're entitled to ask for payment in full.
Like, really?
Seriously, we're not crazy about the media sector. We're not crazy about how your father has treated our relationship, and our position is to seek recruitment.
Oh, come on, man. Fuck off. Hello?
I'm here.
Yeah, come on. Real world? Can we start to negotiate?
Listen, son, that's our position. If the stock drops below 130, you're in breach, and we want our money back.
Okay, fine. Well, let's keep talking.
If you need to talk to me, maybe it's better if we go through an intermediary. I'm not a particular fan of foul language, and I don't like to be insulted. Thank you. Good morning.
But I guess
I wanted to get a quote from you for removal of rock.
I grew up working on a fly farm. I was a shitter, so they'd feed us, and then I'd...
Did you ever go to Washington Square Park and play those hustlers? There was one guy, though, who played like a very strange opening as well. Like, he put like just a couple pawns, 1 square forward, and then he started developing his pieces very slowly. So at first I thought this guy has no idea what anything he's doing. Then it turned out like he actually had a system. So after like 10-15 moves, I was in a lot of trouble. I think he just played in the park all his life, so he had developed a certain system that was actually like kind of effective if you don't know what you're doing against it. And then like the game became super concrete and tactical, and I won. Did you ever go to Washington Square Park?
See, I got business associates who are black, and they don't want...
Sometimes my wife, she'll go to bed, and then she comes back with a blanket, and she lays next to me. And she's like, well, I'm gonna just sleep out here, and I'll go to bed when you go to bed. And I don't care for that at all. It's like you already promised to go to bed, and I got pretty excited, so I don't... I think that's the hardest part of marriage. How do you say that nicely? How do you tell the person that you love more than life itself? How do you say, hey, out of all the people on earth, you're the only one I don't want near me right now? Sometimes my wife, she'll go to bed.
So this girl got pulled over on her e-bike by a... Would love to get $30,000 for it. It's the best-selling book series of all time, period.
I know if this is a first edition, it's probably worth some very good money. My book expert is actually walking around somewhere.
Anytime you see a book in a box, it's a good sign. Someone cared about it. So I'm going to take a look. One of the points that you look for on our copyright page, we have the copyright text by Joanne Rowling instead of J.K. Rowling. And then it has a misprint of philosophers. It's missing the second O. One of the most famous things that you look for, one wand is mentioned twice on page 53.
So how much do you think this particular copy is worth?
So this I wouldn't quite call fine. Just below that, I would call it near fine. This is a superior copy. Because you have a little bit of a crease, you do have a little bit of the edge print, a little bit of bowing. You gotta remember, people read these books. You could do perhaps as much as 20.
Sorry, Your Honor. It's an important call. My client will let me answer it for you.
Anybody else?
On the flip side of it, what's the best part about your job?
Everything. All the books. The love. Notoriety. Meeting different people.
Here's one of the oldest but most used tech that developers have to deal with. Emails. All different email clients interpret HTML and CSS completely differently. So when you create this basic ass design for your email, It might look like an abstract impressionist painting over on Outlook, but the only thing to save everybody is HTML tables, which, come on, are we serious? We have to reliably position things with a table element. Email is also completely unreliable. Set up a PTR record, whatever that might be. Add domain keys in your DNS encode. Set up an SPF record in your DNS settings. And after that, maybe it'll work. Parsing emails is also a headache. With the web, you can have like style sheets or like tailwind CSS, whatever you want. But in email, you have to put it all in line. So you have this awful developer experience when trying to style something. Look at this. They paid Resend $21.5 million to fix this solution for us. And honestly, I wouldn't even do it for that. Okay. Here's one of the oldest.
Had Magnus Carlsen hit a couple days ago.
Oh, really?
He told me that you did one of his opening moves, that you did it for him, and he was like, "What is he doing?" Like he couldn't even figure out why you did the. But he realized afterwards, like, "Oh, you're a really good chess player. That was actually a legitimate move." Yeah.
Yeah, I do admire him. He's great, and that whole thing that just happened with the genes. Did you see it? He basically was going to end up sacrificing the day because he came in jeans, right? He said, "I just wasn't thinking about it." And they're very strict, right? And so they wouldn't allow him to play. Well, so then he just like, you'll have to come back tomorrow. You're sacrificed for the day. He's like, you know what? I won't be back tomorrow. And then boom, they changed the rules.
At Magnus Carlsen, what are you seeing in your mind when you're envisioning the table, when you're looking at the board? Are you merely thinking of positions, or are you actually thinking of the pieces? Like, how are you breaking it down?
No, I just see the chessboard in my head. When I'm playing a cycle, I just really think about one at a time, and I kind of store the others.
You're 5-6 moves in, and you're thinking of all these pieces moving around, and you've got to remember each position of 12 different boards.
The difficult part of it is where things sometimes go wrong. So generally, I remember all the games that I've played, but I don't remember every move. Like I can remember everything that's going on, but maybe there's a pawn on the side that I cannot remember if it moved one square or not. That's the thing that can be difficult.
What do you see?
There was a grandmaster who played a match recently against Leela, which is like the best neural network engine now. They were playing classical chess, and he started with a knight pawn, and they played a 10 game match, and he won 5.5 to 4.5, which is crazy. Like, it's a knight pawn. Like, it should not be possible for any. Like, if God was playing chess, that shouldn't be. You shouldn't be able to beat a grandmaster in any game. There was a grandmaster who played a match recently against Leela, which is like the best neural network engine now. They were playing classical chess, and he started with a knight pawn, and they played a 10 game match.
The point is, anger.
In the script, Michael Cera slaps Rihanna's ass, and she doesn't hit him back in the script, but he asked her, "Can I slap your ass for real?" And she said, "You can slap my ass for real if I can slap you back in the face for real." And he was like, "Okay." And we did it like 3 or 4 times, and on the 4th time, she like smacked the fucking shit out of him so hard that and she like cupped his ear and actually like whacked out his equilibrium, and he had to go like lay down in his trailer for around half an hour. That's the take we used in the movie. In the script, Mike.
Hey, is this you? Dr. Rasgotra?
Yes.
You mind telling me what these are for?
The patient's name below mine on the bottle, that's who the prescription is for. Unless you're Zoe Butler, I can't tell you anything.
I need to know why.
I'm sorry, sir, there are confidentiality rules.
Confidentiality? She's a little kid. You didn't have my permission to treat her. I want to see your supervisor.
Dad, let's go. I won't tell you anything different. In these situations...
What situations? Is she pregnant? Is she using drugs?
interest rates 13 times to get us there.
Yeah, but the fact that there's still inflation, even though it's lower, means that prices are still rising. And this is what's happened. Prices are up 22% in 4 years.
So what's that? A grocery shop going from $250 to $300? That is noticeable.
Well, it's enough to change the world.
You mean politically?
Yeah, the world got Trump. And Trump says now that he won because of grocery prices.
So even though interest rates are coming down and inflation's cooling,
priest taking your confessional might be playing a drinking game.
I haven't really done one of these before.
Tell me your sins,
okay.
my friend.
It's not really like a sin. I just like I don't know what I'm doing with my life. And I feel like I'm just like aimlessly wandering along, right?
So you're feeling lost?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm feeling really lost.
It can be tough to feel aimless.
Yeah. And it's just like my sister is a doctor. And I feel like I'm just having these horrible thoughts about her all the time, right? And I'm just like,
Are you a middle child?
yeah, I am. And it's
The priest. Brennan. Sauron.
Stop.
But it's Donald Trump.
Look, these people tiny little freaks, okay? They don't brush shoes. They're smoking crack, perhaps. They live in holes in the ground. People, hey, you see a round door with a knob in the middle. Where does it go to the side? How does the knob in the middle of the door open? Folks, we're gonna have a beautiful all black tower choke the world in smoke, okay? We're gonna have Balrogs. Every orc in Mordor is gonna have a Balrog protecting you, okay? And these people, and they say Denethor, by the way, people don't know this, not a real king, not the real king of Gondor. Oh, yes, we're gonna make Denethor great again, folks. Listen, people don't understand. I'll tell you this right now. If you ever see Denethor, and I call him Little Tomato, because you ever seen this guy eat tomatoes? What a freak! What a freaky guy!
Sam says, say something that's never been said before.
Chicago is flying up into the sky. Wow.
Chicago is flying up into the sky.
Or actually, something that's never been said before.
Oh, I like both attempts. I'm going to put the first one on the record.
Yeah, okay.
As we head over to Jacob, what you got for me?
And the Oscar goes to Jacob Wysocki.
A little bit self-deprecating there, Jake, but I like it. Allie, Sam says, say something that's never been said before.
It's from Garden State. This has big Garden State energy for me.
In other words, Allie, you heard the prompt and specifically said something that has been said before.
Take my
in a
points,
Zach
you
Braff
fucking
movie.
twee bitch.
We need to talk about how insane PDFs truly are. So most of us think of it like a Word document, but no, a lot worse than that. First off, you can embed a 3D file inside of a PDF. Yes, 3D annotations. And you can see right here, yeah, you can just throw in a 3D object of any sort. You can embed Flash, video, and audio. I mean, this is a bit of a nothing burger here. Just imagine opening up a PDF file and then just someone's talking to you. But the absolutely insane thing to me in PDFs is that you can add JavaScript to it. You can thank Adobe for that. There's this funny war going on between Google, Firefox, and Adobe, where most of the code looks like this. They just completely remove any sort of aspect of it working because it's completely insecure. It even says right here, provides no security. Like, PDF is literally a virus.
We need to destroy Frank. Offer his head instead of mine. We use written task.
Sir, you're already being accused of coaching one witness. If you take steps to
Not
coach
coaching. The truth. Raymond admits to the money laundering, puts Frank at the center of this, and says I knew nothing, and then will reward him for his honesty.
you mean apply.
I want you to do it.
And put myself at risk.
And in return, resignations don't have to last forever.
I'm not feeling that thing in her past.
Neutralizing her will neutralize
commissioning.
How many months have 28 days?
1 February. What?
What the hell do you think you're doing?
I met this old boy over at the OC Clarkfield, and, well, plays a mean jazz piano.
I don't care if he whistles Dixie out his ass. He ain't gonna do it here. Boy, are you blind?
Yes, sir, since I'm 7.
This is a country band. We don't play no boogie woogie.
Yes, sir, I understand. I love country music.
What is it you love about country music?
I love the stories. About falling in love and having love knock you around and then give the soul to God. You might as well. You ask for love story.
You sure you blind?
Last time I checked.
Okay, come on in.
Billy, I think y'all voted. Tim, one hand of trouble, and you blind niggers out of here. Here. I am gonna have to put some glasses where you scare somebody half to death. What the hell do you...
Bees themselves were virtually extinct, so what all ADIs do is effectively stand in.
They make honey.
No.
Okay. How do they know where the flowers even are?
Well, they have a sensor.
Like a camera?
No, just a basic visual sensor. You see, they need rudimentary pattern recognition in order to locate compatible flora and navigate.
They navigate.
Yes.
They don't. I don't know. Make their own decisions. They look after themselves.
Yes. You see, the ADIs cover the whole of the UK. We couldn't come on each one individually ourselves. It's just not logistically possible. No. we simply set the behavior and leave them to it. They even construct these hives themselves. They reproduce.
Reproduce.
Yes. Each hive is a replication. They create duplicates of themselves, create more hives and spread out exponentially. These themselves.
Don't sell your house to your kids.
What is the most memorable interview that you've done? Probably the Vegas tunnels. Why do people live in the tunnels? Well, for one, it's about 10 degrees cooler than the surface of Las Vegas. And secondly, Las Vegas Metro just relentlessly harasses homeless people with vagrancy citations. So it's a place to avoid giving a ticket, taken to jail. There's a community, different tunnels have tunnel leaders, and they control what goes into them. There's also different tunnels with different levels of regulation. For example, if you go to some of the tunnels that are further up north town, past Old Vegas, those tunnels are pretty unregulated. But the tunnels where everyone films the YouTube videos are South Strip, in between the Rio and Caesar's Palace. What is the most
90-gram of protein cereal? 1 cup?
All right, here we go.
Hopefully there's no earthquake during your...
This is gonna be bad. Prepping myself. Yeah, hopefully no earthquakes. You.
What the hell is happening?
That's not okay. And I'm gonna say there's... Oh, it's the wall. It really is the wall.
It's the wall. It's the wall.
Oh,
But that's fine. But hold on. We have never had a perfect connection yet. What the hell?
Here's what's also going on. Look at how it's perfectly dissected through here, too. Do you see how it's just enough space over here, just enough space? Like, same point, same point.
Yeah, Shane, you are a perfect person. And that's what we've all figured out here.
Is that pie?
What is that?
Black people really like it a lot.
I get more black people on my show than you do, for sure.
A champagne tower is perfect for a business meeting or
on my way then.
Bye.
Goodbye, Claire.
Okay, we're almost done with the interview. Can I just say, it's my dream to get this national security position. It's going great. Just a couple more questions. Was Jan 6 an inside job? I'm sorry, January.
Guard, chance of exchanging a spoon? Looks like it's been sticking in someone's ass. What happened? Spoon's the legend. Turn it. Smell something burning. Smell anything? Maybe bag. Why the metal over the end? So the clothes can slide off easy. I didn't try to. Why would I try to take them up if I'm not protected? Because you're still Get up, Boris. Damn it, Boris.
There was a grandmaster who played a match recently against Leela, which is like the best neural network engine now.
Is your signature?
It appears to be.
Is it or is it not your signature? It is your signature on a decree dated July 1941, asking Himmler and Heydrich to come in the SS to make plans for the final solution of the Jewish question.
That is not a proper translation. I said a total solution, not the final solution.
You ordered all other government agencies to cooperate with the SS in the final solution of the Jewish question. There's nothing in there about the SS. This document states you personally ordered all government agencies to cooperate with the SS. You sent this letter to SS Gruppenführer Heydrich.
That doesn't mean that the SS had anything to do with the solution to the Jewish question.
Is your signature?
All right, buddy, that's enough, I think. Don't you come any closer. Now, I'm not leaving until everyone here knows the truth.
Even if I have to prove it myself. There's nothing to worry about, though, is there, Superman? Being bulletproof and all.
Put the gun down.
You made me look like an idiot.
You don't want to do this.
Quit lying!
Emmett, please.
You killed a man. You understand your charges?
So,
Do you realize you hit a car? How much you drink tonight?
it's only 4 drinks.
You understand it's going to be a felony, right?
Kill somebody.
You didn't have no idea that you hit another car until they told you? What was y'all doing before the accident?
It's at the club. I was trying to drink home. I thought that I could. The antidepressants that I'm on now were changing my body. They're changing my tolerance.
When did you get on these antidepressants?
4 weeks ago. My life is over.
Your life isn't necessarily over.
not your back. Like, they just see things so much more quickly, which makes me just feel like I've certainly peaked, and I wouldn't say comfortable with that, but it's definitely a realization that I've come to.
For your own check.
Checking out 14322.
Mr. Schaefer?
It's me.
Never.
Can I borrow your truck? What'd you need my truck for? See my girl in Vegas.
Oh, she's your girl now?
Yeah.
I mean, have you even met her yet?
Actually, we haven't.
Okay, how about this? We'll do a boys trip to Vegas. You, me, and Isaac. How's that? Boys trip!
I'm gonna be sad in Vegas. She hit you up for your credit card numbers yet? No, but she did ask me for this dick.
I'll believe it when I see it.
I'm sure you saw the thing in jail.
Fuck you say? I'm just kidding.
Fuck you say?
That's A, 2 is B, this is C, like...
I bet probably 2 months.
2 months? 60 days? 62 days tops?
Maybe to be fluent, I would say maybe 6 months.
6 months, okay. How long then, once you know how to read Braille, does it take you to find Braille?
Yeah.
If you're blind, you can read the shit out of it. How do you find it? Are you just always looking around, like any bump, you're just like, oh, thank, I can read again. Like, you go to the bank and it's like on the ATM, but like, how do you find the ATM? Like, I don't know how they ever do it. They should have made Braille way bigger for blind people. You know what's...
Sir, do you know why I stopped you?
I have no idea.
You were driving recklessly. Something funny, sir?
Do you always conduct routine traffic stops with DEA agents in tow?
Please step out of the car, sir. We see what appears to be cocaine in plain view in the rear of your vehicle. Now opening up the trunk of your vehicle.
You want to tell me what this is?
That's pancake batters.
It's more than 900 grams. That's 10 to 15 years.
Just quick.
Take a look at the bottle of the trunk.
We told 4 individuals 4 different times for Mr. Bishop's delivery. 1 p.m. for Mr. Roberts, 3 p.m. 5 for Mr. Boone, 7 for Mr. Hay. Don't you remember? 3 o'clock for Mrs. Florence. Did you tell them either in person or on the phone? No. Text or email?
No, I didn't. I left myself a voicemail reminder.
Hold on, don't use the phone.
Dex, I need you to drop off some burners at OuterNimbus. The DEA is after me.
Hey, this is funny. They think it's DEA surveillance.
Sir, do you know why I stopped you?
The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ribbentrop, talked with Hitler about extermination. And you were above Ribbentrop. You were Hitler's second in command. You were in charge of the economic 4-year plan, so you knew all about the gold wedding rings and the gold teeth and the gold eyeglasses that the victims left behind. And you have heard that it took 5 extra minutes to kill the women because they had to cut their hair off to be used in making mattresses. And nothing was told to you about this material that came from these people that had been murdered. No! How can you imagine such a thing? I was laying down
myself. Let's get hot. All right, we're gonna burn the table. Set 25 degrees.
Wow.
All right, thanks, Mark. Let's check it out. Let's see how we're doing. Let's see if we got some ice cream. It's very hot, but we still have an ice cold frozen pint of ice cream.
Wow, that's crazy.
Just drop in your favorite.
That's a nice whip, bro. Killer whip. It's a shame about them rims, though. Hey, lend us the keys. Some Chrome 22s on that.
Hey, my man's got the dirties and the boot cuts, you know? Defo linking the Jesse.
Ginger puff. Buy yourself a sticky book and a packet of sweets.
Hey, that is a naughty kettle, bro.
Hey, what's the time, Mr. Wolf?
It's time for you to fuck off, lads.
Clean that up. Come on, bro. Where's your keys, brother? You could do better than that. White car. Sweet, bro. Lift those legs up. Come on, bro. You should have put your running shoes today, bro. Turn up the Olympics, are we? You said, oh, come on, you said.
Excuse me, this was a gift from the bride.
I wouldn't do that again if I were you.
Holy shit. Do it again. Say something.
I didn't travel halfway across the world in that damn boat just to amuse a few fat white fucks. I said something. You think because you speak
Freeze! Don't move.
You got nice potato gun. Barrel's a little low. Between that and the wide gauge, it's diminish your FPS. And now you're out of ammo.
What's that thing on your chest?
Electromagnet. You should know. You got a box from right here.
What does it power? I would have added in the retro
Retro-reflective panels.
to make him stealth mode.
You want a stealth mode?
Cool.
It's actually a good idea. What's his name? The kid that bullies you at school.
How do you know that?
I got just the very powerful weapon pointed away from your face. Press the button on top. It discourages bullying. Not lethal, just to cover one's ass. Deal? What do you say?
Deal.
Deal?
Not your fault, kid. Remember what I told you about bullies?
Boomtowns.
It wasn't any different than Tombstone or San Francisco. First comes the dreamers, then the bankers, then the salesmen, then the desperate, and then the thieves.
What happens in a bust?
You want oil to live above 60 but below 90. And don't get me wrong, we're still printing money at 90, but gas gets up over $3.50 a gallon and starts to pinch. It hits 100, every product in America.
swivel-head ratchet wrench.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I got some spare wrenches in the shop. Have your pick, all right?
Sir, give me the stick. Turn around, put your hands behind your back.
Hey, come on. He was doing what you asked. Is that necessary?
You want to join him? I told you to get back.
Hey, Leroy. Sergeant Harrelson, SWAT.
All good here, Sergeant. Just head now.
Next time an officer tells you to do something, you listen.
You want to tell me what just happened?
Same old LAPD, hassling a homeless man for no reason.
It's just officers doing their job. Maybe they can get your friend some help.
Come on, man. Dave wouldn't walk into a police station if he got shot. I mean, they just want to drive him downtown so some psych can diagnose him and then turn him back out. So who is that help?
I gotta head out, but let me put in a call check on Dave's booking. I'll see if there's anything I can do.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to ask you again.
There's one more component of this interview process you will need to complete. Okay. It is the practical component. Absolutely. Will this be an online skill test? I will be sending you over the details for an existing company bottleneck that needs to be solutioned for and presented to our team with actionable
adjourn until tomorrow morning.
I refuse to answer.
Frodo and Samwise play road trip games.
I spy with my little eye something that begins with R.
You know what starts with R is Rosie Cotton.
You suppose you'll ever see her again, Sam?
I hope so, Mr. Frodo. I just think we'll come back one time and I'll see her there and tell her she's the love of my life. Do you ever... I never really pick up a vibe from you, like sexually.
Well, why would you? I'm sort of a confirmed bachelor.
Is there something here between us?
Well, we don't have to put a label on it, do we, Sam?
I don't feel like we do.
You're my gardener. You're my employee, technically. It wouldn't be right, even if I wanted to, which I haven't said I do. But there's only one thing that gets me through, and that's knowing that you're always here beside me. In a platonic way?
This platonic is really intense. Frodo?
Hey, you Billy Costigan? Yeah, what's up? What up? I know Sean Costigan down on L Street. That's my cousin. Connected. Not too bright. I know. I mean, no offense. I got like $30,000, right? Insurance money. You know, after my mother passed and everything. In the line of work, if I gave you, like, what, say 10,000, what could I get back? They usually say at these moments. What? Fucking moron. Come on. Well, you want me to say it? Huh? I'm not a cop, alright? I'm your fucking cousin. You're bad. You corrupt bastard. You must be my cousin. Fucking niggas think they know everything. If they knew shit, they wouldn't be Puerto Rican. Shut the fuck up for 5 seconds, huh? Used to be a cop. I'm working, dude. Just try to limit it to 2 8 balls an hour, right? We're not even supposed to be doing this shit this close to Worcester. This side of Worcester. Says so. Says him. Says Costello. Hey, you Billy Costigan?
Babes, food and water.
What makes you think you're in a position to make demands?
The soldiers who are coming here are not coming to join you, are they?
They told me you were smart, and that's impressive.
They're against you.
They fear me.
Imagine you're hosting a dinner party, and right as you're about to serve the food, an unexpected guest arrives. That's where Kababa comes in. We've made it. There's.
It's okay, start over. There's. Didn't kill it.
That's right. Just place the cup over the bug and pull the handle back. This closes the lid, and now your bug is ready to be released back into nature. Or on your neighbor's doorstep.
In my household, I am the bug guy. So I'll give you $50K for 20%.
Ooh. Wow.
I'll do the same.
No,
Do the same.
he's not gonna do it. Yeah, I want you to myself. I'll go up to 75K. How's that? Geek to geek.
All right, Mark, join me.
Let's go.
Imagine you're hosting.
Are you stealing this car?
Why? Because I'm black?
All right, could I see your license and registration, please?
What'd you say your name was?
Lucy McLean.
McLean. Well, Lucy McLean, it ain't all canned peaches and marmalade left up here, sweetheart. Sometimes, fellas gotta eat a fire.
You know, my vault has endured hardship too. Everyone had to quarantine. They couldn't work the farms together. People starved. My dad dropped to 128 pounds and he still refused to do anything like this. What's so funny?
That's what people say they did, and what they really did. I bet your daddy was first in line at cookout. Bet he had a beard drawing his neighbor's ass on there.
How do you live like this? Why keep going?
Well, one good question serves another. Why the fuck am I doing all the work? Ass jerky don't make itself.
What'd you say your name was?
Lucy McLean.
McLean. Well, Lucy McLean, it ain't all canned peaches and marmalade left up here, sweetheart. Sometimes, fellas gotta eat a fire.
You know, my vault has endured hardship too. Everyone had to quarantine. They couldn't work the farms together. People starved. My dad dropped to 128 pounds and he still refused to do anything like this. What's so funny?
That's what people say they did, and what they really did. I bet your daddy was first in line at cookout. Bet he had a beard with a drawing of his neighbor's ass on there.
How do you live like this? Why keep going?
Well, one good question serves another. Why the fuck am I doing all the work? Ass jerky don't make itself.
What'd you say your name was?
Lucy McLean.
McLean. Well, Lucy McLean, it ain't all canned peaches and marmalade left up here, sweetheart. Sometimes, fellas
hardship too. Everyone had to quarantine. They couldn't work the farms together. People starved. My dad dropped to 128 pounds and he still refused to do anything like this. What's so funny?
That's what people say they did, and what they really did. I bet your daddy was first in line at the cookout. Bet he had a bill with a drawing of his neighbor's ass on there.
How do you live like this? Why keep going?
Well, one good question deserves another. Why the fuck am I doing all the work? Ass jerky don't make itself. What'd you say your name was?
Lucy McLean.
McLean. Well, Lucy McLean, it ain't all canned peaches and marmalade left up here, sweetheart. Sometimes, fellas gotta eat a fella.
You know, my vault has endured hardship too. Everyone had to quarantine. They couldn't work the farms together. People starved. My dad dropped to 128 pounds and he still refused to do anything like this. What's so funny?
That's what people say they did, and what they really did. I bet your daddy was first in line at the cookout. Bet he had a bill with a drawing of his neighbor's ass on there.
How do you live like this? Why keep going?
Well, one good question deserves another. Why the fuck am I doing all the work? Ass jerky don't make itself. What'd you say your name was?
Lucy McLean.
McLean. Well, Lucy McLean, it ain't all canned peaches and marmalade left up here, sweetheart. Sometimes, fellas gotta eat a fella.
You know, my vault has endured hardship too. Everyone had to quarantine. They couldn't work the farms together. People starved. My dad dropped to 128 pounds and he still refused to do anything like this. What's so funny?
That's what people say they did, and what they really did. I bet your daddy was first in line at the cookout. Bet he had a bill with a drawing of his neighbor's ass on there.
How do you live like this? Why keep going?
Well, one good question deserves another. Why the fuck am I doing all the work? Ass jerky don't make itself. What'd you say your name was?
Lucy McLean.
McLean. Well, Lucy McLean, it ain't all canned peaches and marmalade left up here, sweetheart. Sometimes, fellas gotta eat a fella.
You know, my vault has endured hardship too. Everyone had to quarantine. They couldn't work the farms together. People starved. My dad dropped to 128 pounds and he still refused to do anything like this. What's so funny?
That's what people say they did, and what they really did. I bet your daddy was first in line at the cookout. Bet he had a bill with a drawing of his neighbor's ass on there.
How do you live like this? Why keep going?
Well, one good question deserves another. Why the fuck am I doing all the work? Ass jerky don't make itself. What'd you say your name was?
Lucy McLean.
McLean. Well, Lucy McLean, it ain't all canned peaches and marmalade left up here, sweetheart. Sometimes, fellas gotta eat a fella.
You know, my
Ah, fucking finally, I think.
the farms together. People starved. My dad dropped to 128 pounds and he still refused to do anything like this. What's so funny?
That's what people say they did, and what they really did. I bet your daddy was first in line at the cookout. Bet he had a bill with a drawing of his neighbor's ass on there.
How do you live like this? Why keep going?
Well, one good question deserves another. Why the fuck am I doing all the work? Ass jerky don't make itself. What'd you say your name was?
Lucy McLean.
McLean. Well, Lucy McLean, it ain't all canned peaches and marmalade left up here, sweetheart. Sometimes, fellas gotta eat a fella.
You know, my vault has endured hardship too. Everyone had to quarantine. They couldn't work the farms.
Okay. Let's actually compare this. Well. That's great. It's
CGI on the body.
Really?
We didn't have the money, honestly.
So many people
I
talk
know,
so
it's
much shit.
I swear to God, I'm like, you know, you need Mark Twain on this show, and then Mark will tell you. But I actually trained guys. I think this sounds like trained actors for a movie, like they're all fakers, they're all liars. And I was like, look, you will make them honest. He's like, oh, he's gonna train them. He had trained all these SEALs. It was basically the same thing that he was doing with the SEALs. He did with these actors.
How much of any CGI was used on their bodies in 300?
Zero CGI on the body. Really? We didn't have the money.
So many people talk so much shit.
I swear to God, I'm like, you know, you need Mark Twain on this show, and then Mark will tell you. But I actually trained guys. I think this sounds like
same deputies involved in the arrest of Mr. Wims and Mr. Elliott?
I don't think so. The two incidents took place about 12 hours apart.
So are you aware of any connection at all between these two crimes?
No, sir. I just shot footage of both. Busy day for Malibu.
No further questions.
Get where you're going.
Now, Mrs. Canific, I knew your son. I knew Miles. He was a little younger than me. He was behind me in school. I want to get these people who did this to him. Would you like to help us? You want to help us catch the people who forced your son to do a robbery and then killed him?
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
If he was killed, he probably did something wrong.
What, not the robbery? That's not wrong. He did something else wrong?
Wave to your girlfriend, honey.
I mean, fuck yourself.
Did you get that? Allegedly or fuck yourself? Welcome to the neighborhood. Different breed down here, Sarge.
private rattles it off perfectly, but completely forgets to add drill sergeant at the end. Our drill sergeant's face turns this deep shade of red. He gets right in the private's face and screams, "Who the F do you think you're speaking to? A drill sergeant? The private realizes his mistake immediately. You can see the panic in his eyes as he tries to correct himself. He stands at attention, takes a deep breath, and with complete sincerity says, "Apologies, dickhead." The entire formation went dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. The private's eyes went wide with horror as he realized what just came out of his mouth. But our drill sergeant, his eyes lit up like it was Christmas morning. This was the gift he'd been waiting for his...
How much money do you make?
So I just got a promotion actually in January as well. So I'm currently going to be at 60,000 plus incentives.
You said 60,000?
Yes.
So you're going to own a $60,000 car making $60,000 a year.
When you put it that way, it sounds similar.
Okay.
That's why he did that.
That's why he did it. That's a trick question.
He's completely messing with you.
I
But
love
he's
you,
doing
man.
it because he loves you.
How much money do you make?
Trying to sell $200 million worth of securities. It's a brownfield fund. You want to gun it up.
I know what's going on here. I know what's going on here. Okay? I do. And if you want me to wander backstage to spill the beans...
I mean, there's really no need for us to do that because
it's the final question,
these other
right?
two are in the loop, so...
They're in the loop. I'm the only one out of the loop, it would seem. And if we check my point total here, I don't need to walk to the front because I know what it is. It's a big old goose egg, gang. It's a fat zero. Hello, a little late addition to the numerical symbol chart brought to us from our friends in Arabia. A little bit of trivia that I happen to know about the history of numbers. That kind of little tidbit would serve me well in most trivia games, unless it had been rigged from the beginning.
Oh, dude.
Oh, dude. Oh, dude. I've only just begun to pull the thread on this sweater, friends. You would think in a game where there were only two possible correct choices that one would stumble into the right answer every so often, wouldn't you? In fact, the probability of never guessing right in the full game is a statistical wonder. And yet, here we are. Introduced at the top of the game as a champion. What do you think that means? Icarus flying too close to the sun. But it seems Daedalus, our little master crafter over here, had some wax wings of his own, didn't he? Wanted to see his sun fall from the sky. Oh, how close to the sun he flew. Well, I'm not having it. I solved your labyrinth, puzzle master. The Minotaurs escaped, and you're gonna get the horns, buddy.
What is the rule of the game?
Can we all say
I cannot win!
That is correct, Brennan! You cannot win the game!
Did we all get crowns?
No, we only got two.
Okay, are we...
Academia is broken. Universities are broken. The way that academic research is published is broken. That's the message that's come through loud and clear over the last few weeks, thanks to 3 articles concerning the research of Francesca Gino. If you don't know what I'm talking about, let me explain. Francesca Gino is a professor of behavioral science at Harvard University. She is extremely well known in the field. I've talked about her research to clients before. I've recommended books on this channel to you guys that use her work as a key reference. I've used her research before as references in my own essays and work that I did at university. When it comes to academic fame, Francesca Gino is up there, as you would expect from someone who is a professor at Harvard. However, the reason why she's so well known is because her research tends to bring out a lot of very surprising findings. Now, some people just think this research is cool and don't think much more about it, but a lot of people in the industry have been quite skeptical of Francesca Gino and her work because her results just seem a little bit too good. Her hypotheses are really wacky, but yet they always seem to be proved correct. The effect sizes from her study seem to be really large, and her statistical significance just seem a little bit too significant. So while some of us have been skeptical of her work for a while, nobody has taken the time to actually investigate her research and go into her data to see if they can find anything fishy. Until now. These three guys, Yuri, Joe, and Leif, are also professors of behavioral science and other related subjects from different universities across the world. And they took it upon themselves to investigate Francesca Gino and her data to see if there was anything fishy going on. And, spoiler alert, they found a lot of fishy stuff in the data, and that's what the three articles that they released are talking about. Each article relates to a different study by Francesca Gino, and in this video I'm going to be taking you through each one. The results of their investigation are shocking, damning for Francesca Gino, but I think they speak even louder volumes about the state of academia in general, and that's what I'm going to be concluding on at the end of this video. So, without further ado, let's jump into the first study. So this first article is called Cluster Fake, and it's referring to a paper written by Gino in 2012, along with her collaborators Shu, Nina Mazar, Dan Ariely, and Max Baseman. Given the fact that I know the first names of all of those researchers with the exception of Shu, should tell you that all of these researchers are very well-known people in the field of behavioral science. So in this study, they were trying to get participants to be honest, and their hypothesis was that if you put an honesty pledge at the top of a form, that'll make people more honest when they then fill out the rest of the form. So all of the studies in this paper by these authors were looking at this idea that if you put an honesty pledge at the top of a form, people will be more honest than if you put the honesty pledge at the bottom of a form. Now, the first study in this paper was led by Francesca Gino, our protagonist. So in this study, students were brought into a lab to complete 20 math puzzles in 5 minutes. The students were told that they would be paid $1 for each math puzzle they solved correctly. And the way that this worked is that when students walked into the room, there were two pieces of paper. They had their work paper and their report paper. So on the work paper, they write down their workings for the math questions and of course their answers. And then on the report paper, they would then have to report how many answers they got correctly and therefore how much they should get paid. The students were then told that before handing in their report paper to the researchers and getting paid, that they should shred their original work paper. The idea behind this is that by shredding their work paper, is that a stronger incentive for them to cheat on the report paper and lie about how many answers they got correct, since the researchers, in theory, should never know how many answers they got right on the work paper. But what the students didn't know is that the shredder at the back of the room was not a normal shredder.
What the people in the experiment don't know is that the shredder has been fixed. So the shredder only shreds the sides of the page, but the main body of the page remains intact.
Now, in order to test the hypothesis of the researchers, on the reporting paper, the participants were split into two groups. Half of them had an honesty pledge at the top of the paper, and half of them had an honesty pledge at the bottom of the paper. With the idea being, of course, that those who sign the honesty pledge at the top would then cheat less going forward. So, what was the result? Well, the result showed a massive effect from this simple intervention. According to what was published in the study originally, for the students who signed the honesty pledge at the top of the form, only 37% of them lied, but when students signed at the bottom of the form, 79% of students lied. This is a massive effect size that the researchers are reporting, and as a result of that, this study gained a lot of public attention, and I have talked about it with many people in the past before because it is so surprising. But that's why these vigilantes were suspicious. The results just seem a bit too good. Can it really be the case that simply moving an honesty pledge from the bottom to the top of a form can have such a dramatic effect on the amount of cheating that happens? It seems pretty unlikely. So our vigilantes managed to source the original data set that was published by the authors of the study. And when they looked into the data, it just seemed a little bit fishy. If you look at this table and specifically look at the left-hand column, the P# column, this is referring to participant ID. This is the unique ID given to each participant in a study. And as is highlighted in yellow, there are some weird anomalies in the way that this data has been sorted. Because when you look at this data, it seems obvious that this has been sorted by first the condition, so all of condition 1 are together and all of condition 2 are together, and then in ascending order of the participant ID, which means that the numbers should consistently get bigger as you go down the line, and there should be no duplicates. Remember, each participant has a unique ID. So when you look at this data, it's a bit weird. We've got two 49s here, that's a duplicate, that should never happen. And then at the end of the condition 1 set of participants, you have participant 51 coming after 95, then 12, then 101. Like, that sequence doesn't make any sense. And similarly, when you get to condition 2, we start with 7, then 91, then 52, then all the way back down to 5 again. These entries in the data set look suspicious. They look like they're out of sequence, which suggests that somebody maybe has tampered with them. So our vigilantes are suspicious of these rows. So then you have to ask the question, why would the researchers want to tamper with the data? Well, it's because they would want to show a bigger effect than those actually seen in the real data. The more dramatic the effect of the intervention is, the more surprising the result of the study is, and therefore the more likely it is to get published in a top journal, the more likely it is that this will make a lot of press headlines, that they will get lots of interviews and work off the back of it. And so there's a strong incentive for the researchers to fudge the data a little bit, make the effect seem larger than it really is. And so that's what our vigilantes were looking for. They wanted to see if these suspicious rows in the data set showed a bigger effect than the normal data that wasn't suspicious. And sure enough, that's exactly what they found. If you look at this graph, the red circles with the cross show the suspicious data, and the blue dots show the unsuspicious data. And as you can see, the circles with the red crosses are the most extreme ones, meaning that these few data points are inflating the effect size. Now, the article goes on to show how our vigilantes did some very clever work to unpack the Excel file that this data was stored in, and they were able to show quite clearly that these suspicious rows were manually resorted in the data set. I won't go into it on this video because it's quite technical, but I'll have a link to all of these articles in the description if you want to read them in full. But as you'll soon see, this theme of suspicious data and then those data showing extremely strong effect sizes will be a recurring pattern. So let's move on to study 2. Now, this second article is called My Class Year is Harvard, and you'll see why in a second. They're looking at a study from 2015 written by Francesca Gino as well as Kuchaki and Galinsky, again, two fairly well-known researchers in the field. Now, the hypothesis for this study, in my opinion, is pretty stupid. The hypothesis is that if you argue against something that you really believe in, that makes you feel dirty, which then increases your desire for cleansing products, which is kind of silly in my opinion. But nevertheless, this is what they were researching. So this study was done at Harvard University with almost 500 students. And what they asked the participants to do was the following. So students of Harvard University were brought into the lab and then asked how they felt about this thing called the Q Guide. I don't really know what the Q Guide is, but apparently it's a hot topic at Harvard and it's very controversial. Some people are for it, some people are against it. So when they were brought into the lab, they were asked, how do you feel about the Q Guide? And they either said they were for or against it. And then the participants were split into two groups. Half the participants were asked to write an essay supporting the view that they just gave. So if they said, I'm for the Q Guide, they had to then write an essay explaining why they were for the Q Guide. But then half the participants were asked to write an essay arguing opposite to the point that they just gave. So if they said, I'm for the Q Guide, they would then have to write an essay explaining why they should be against the Q Guide. Again, the idea being that those who are writing an essay against what they actually believe in would make them feel dirty. Because after they'd written this essay, they were then shown 5 different cleansing products. And the participants in the study had to rate how desirable they felt these cleansing products were on a scale of 1 to 7, with 1 being completely undesirable and 7 being completely desirable. And again, the authors found a strong effect. You can see here that the p-value is less than 0.0001. And for those of you who haven't had any academic training in statistics, basically when you're doing a study like this, you're looking for a p-value that's less than 0.05. That's the industry standard. If it's less than 0.05, you say, yes, I'm confident that the effect that I'm seeing is caused by the manipulation that I just did. So less than 0.0001 is an extremely strong effect. You're basically 100% confident that what you're seeing in the data is caused by the manipulation that you did. So once again, our vigilantes are suspicious of this very strong effect size. So they managed to source the data online and do a little bit of investigating. And what they find are some weird anomalies in the kind of demographic data that the participants have to give when they enter the study. And this is very common in psychological studies, that participants have to give a little bit of demographic data about themselves, which gives the researchers a little bit more flexibility about how they cut up the data later on. So in this particular study, the participants were asked a number of demographic questions, including their age, their gender, and then number 6 was what year in school they were. Now, the way this question is structured isn't very good, in my opinion, in terms of research design, but nevertheless, there are a number of acceptable answers that you can give to year in school. Because Harvard is an American school, you might say, I'm a senior, right, which is a common thing, or a sophomore. You might write the year that you're supposed to graduate, 2015, 2016, etc. Or you might indicate a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, or a 5 to indicate how many years of school that you've been in there. These are all different answers, but they're all acceptable and make sense in the context of being asked what year in school are you. And so when our vigilantes go into the data, that's exactly what they saw in this column. A range of different answers that were all acceptable, Except for one. There were 20 entries in this dataset, where the answer to the question, what year in school are you, was Harvard. That doesn't make any sense. What year in school are you? Harvard. What? Right, that doesn't make any sense. And the other thing that was suspicious about these Harvard entries is that they were all grouped together within 35 rows. Again, this was a data set of nearly 500 different participants, and yet all of these weird Harvard answers were within 35 rows. So once again, our vigilantes treat these Harvard answers as suspicious data entries. They mark them in red circles with crosses, and as you can see, the ones that are suspicious are again the most extreme answers supporting the hypothesis of the researchers, with the exception of this one, but come on. It's most suspicious when you look at the ones on argued other side. So these are the people who wrote an essay arguing against what they didn't believe in, and therefore were supposed to feel more dirty and find cleansing products more appealing. All of these suspicious entries on that side of the manipulation went for 7, that they found all of the cleaning products completely desirable. And so what Our vigilantes go on to say is that these were just the 20 entries in the dataset that looked suspicious because of this Harvard answer to the demographic question. But who's to say that the other data in the dataset was not also tampered with, but just they were more careful when they filled in this column and didn't put Harvard? Since it seems pretty clear that at least these 20 entries were manipulated and tampered with some way, it probably means that there are other entries within this dataset that were also tampered with. Are you shocked yet? I hope you are, but it's about to get worse because there's a third article to do with Francesca Gino. So this third article was released literally yesterday, the day before I'm filming this video, and it's called "The Cheaters Are Out of Order." This was written by Francesca Gino and a guy called Wilter Muth. I don't know Wilter Muth, but again, I find it incredibly ironic that all of this cheating and fake data is being conducted by researchers who are studying the science of honesty. It is incredibly ironic. So in this third study, Gino and her co-author are investigating the idea that people who cheat, people that lie, who are dishonest, are actually more creative. And they call the paper "Evil Genius: How Dishonesty Can Lead to Greater Creativity." So let's quickly go through how the study worked. Participants were brought into a lab where they were sat at a machine with a virtual coin flipping mechanism. What the participants are asked to do is to predict whether the coin will flip heads or tails, and then they would push a button to actually flip the coin, and if they had predicted correctly about whether it would go heads or tails, then they would get $1. So again, there's a strong incentive to cheat. So the participants would write down on a piece of paper how many predictions they got correct, and then they would hand that to the researcher in order to get paid. But then of course the researcher would then go back and look at the machine that they were flipping the coin on to see how many they actually got correct, and then they were able to tell how many times that participant had cheated. So after they completed the coin flipping task, they were then given a creativity task. And the creativity task was, how many different uses can you think of for a piece of newspaper? So in psychology, this is a pretty common technique for testing creativity. You give somebody an inanimate object and then you say, how many uses can you think of for this inanimate object? And again, with this study, we see a very strong effect size. Remember, the magic number that academics look for is p less than 0.05, and here we have p less than 0.001. So basically what that means is that there's an extremely high likelihood that the effect that the academics are seeing is caused by the manipulation that they did. So again, our vigilantes are suspicious, but this one is interesting because our vigilantes were able to actually get the data set from Gino several years ago. So they got this data set directly from Gino. So again, when our vigilantes look into the data, they find some weird things going on. As you can see, it seems to be sorted by two things. Firstly, by the number of times the participant cheated. So all of the people who didn't cheat at all are zeros. And then the number of responses is the number of different uses for a newspaper that that participant could come up with. And those are clearly ranked in ascending order. But as you can see from this next screenshot, some of the cheaters are out of order. So these are the people who cheated once, who basically over-reported one time. And the number of uses that they could come up with for the newspaper are out of sequence. Here we have 3, 4, 13, then 9, and then back down to 5 again, then back up to 9, then 5, then 9, then 8, then 9. It's just a total mess, right? So these ones that are highlighted in yellow are the suspicious ones. They're the ones that are out of order according to how the data appears to have been sorted. So what our vigilantes did was they basically took this data set and then made a new column, and they called it imputed low or imputed high. What that basically means is that rather than taking the number of responses that are written down in this original data set, they're going to say, well, where does this entry sit in the ranking order? And so we're going to replace the value that is given here with what the value should really be. So if it's between 4 and 5, then that number should be either 4 or 5, whether it's imputed low or imputed high. Does that make sense? So once again, our researchers plotted the data. Suspicious entries are marked with a circle and a cross. And as you can see, the suspicious entries are the ones that deviate from the pattern that you see in the non-cheaters, the blue line. So in other words, the ones that are out of order, the suspicious entries, they're the ones showing the effect. But when you use the imputed position, so that's the number that is implied by the row that the entry was in, then suddenly the entire effect disappears. And the group of cheaters seem to show a very similar pattern to the group of non-cheaters. And the result of this, statistically speaking, is significant. Remember, the original p-value for this study was p less than 0.0001, but once you use the data that's implied by the row, suddenly the significance completely disappears. It then goes to p equals 0.292 or p equals 0.180, depending on whether you're imputing low or high. Remember, in order for an academic study to be significant, the standard is p less than 0.05, and here the p is clearly more than 0.05. Again, this article goes on, the vigilantes do a little bit more research to really back up the point and really drive home the fact that this data is very suspicious. I won't go into the details now. Again, all of these articles are linked check them out. And you'll notice that these were all called Part 1, Part 2, Part 3, and that's because this is actually a 4-part series, so I'm expecting a 4th article to come out after this video is published, looking at yet another study from Francesca Gino. But I hope by this point you get the picture. There's a number of studies conducted by Francesca Gino with very suspicious looking data. So at this point you're probably wondering, how did Harvard allow this? And the short answer is, well, they don't really seem to have done. If you go on Francesca Gino's page on the Harvard website, it shows that she's on administrative leave. I think we all know what that means. And Harvard, who have even more access to Francesca Gino's data than our vigilantes do, have since asked for several of Francesca Gino's papers to be retracted from the journals that they were originally published in. Now, this is a bad look for Francesca Gino, right? And we can't be sure that it was Francesca Gino who was doing this manipulation. It could be one of her co-authors, but given that she's the common thread between all of these different papers, it seems pretty likely that it was her. In the world of psychology and writing good quality academic papers, this is really bad. It's not only bad for Francesca Gino, but it's bad for the field as a whole. It casts doubt over the entire field of behavioral science because we don't know the extent of the damage that bad actors like Gino have been causing in the field and for how long. Like I said, Francesca Gino has been a prominent name in the field for years, gaining a position at one of the top universities, Harvard. So who's to say that this isn't a problem that is rife amongst many other researchers in the field? We certainly hope not, but you can't really know when somebody so high profile like this has been engaging in this kind of behavior for years and getting away with it. It also looks bad for people like me who work in the industry who trust these academics to publish good quality research that we then use to try and influence real world change in businesses, in government, and so on and so forth. Like I said, I've used Gino's work before to make recommendations to my clients. And I've recommended to you guys to read Dan Ariely's book, The Honest Truth About Dishonesty, in the past. A book which I no longer recommend since the paper that was talked about in the first article here is used heavily as a reference for a lot of the claims that Ariely's making in that book. And while it's tempting here to just completely lay into Francesca Gino and just, really have a go at her for this kind of bad behavior, I actually kind of understand why she did it, right? If you're an academic at a top institution like Harvard, you are under an enormous amount of pressure to publish surprising results and consistently. Surprising results with big effect sizes are more likely to get published in top journals, win you more press interviews, and basically cement your position there at a top university like Harvard. So there is a strong incentive for academics to fudge data like this and come up with more surprising results in order to try and maintain their position. I'm not condoning the behavior in the slightest. It's completely unacceptable that an academic would do this, but I can somewhat empathize that she's under a lot of pressure and can see how the incentives are working against the practice of following good science. But what do you guys think of Francesca Gino and all of this nonsense? Let me know in the comments below. Please go read the articles that
Brennan! Yes. If you punch yourself and it hurts, are you weak or strong? Strong. Easy. Explain. Strong doesn't necessarily have the connotation of resiliency. In gaming, you'd refer to that as a glass cannon, someone that can pack a lot of punch but can't necessarily withstand it. Brennan, that looks like an additional point for you. Bravo. Care to elaborate on why that's an additional point for me? You smug motherfucker. Brennan! Yes. If you punch yourself and it hurts, are you weak or strong? Strong. Easy. Explain. Strong doesn't necessarily have the connotation of resiliency. In gaming, you'd refer to that as a glass cannon, someone that can pack a lot of punch but can't necessarily withstand it. Brennan, that looks like an additional point for you. Bravo. Care to elaborate on why that's an additional point for me? You smug motherfucker. Brennan! Yes. If you punch yourself and it hurts, who can get a text back the fastest?
My text message is to CVS Pharmacy. What? Was letting me know that my prescription is ready to get picked up, and I'm writing back, I don't have insurance.
I'm texting my wife. Hey, I'm doing Game Changer. Can you text me back literally anything? We're measuring the speed of the response, so wait at least 20 seconds if possible. I love you, heart emoji. Beautiful.
It's to my friend, and she's subbing a class that I'm teaching. And I just wrote, let me know so I can confirm with them.
All right, players, ready? Honor system, go ahead and put your phones in your pockets. We'll check
that.
I got one. Allie is out.
CVS Pharmacy, I don't understand. For immediate support, call your local store or text help for help.
The game at that point.
Did you get a text?
Just got a text. 3 points on the board for Brennan.
What does Izzy say?
Yeah. She's the perfect woman. Who can get a text?
And one day during a writing session, he said to me, he goes, Keegan, do you know that there's a guy who plays for the Jets, the New York Jets, named Devᯅ Ferguson? Ferguson, that guy is the tip of the iceberg. I said, wait till you see some of these college guys' names.
Yes.
I said, I don't know if you know, but in professional games, when they introduce the lineups for the players, you know, they'll do the little shot of the bust of the guy, and the guy will say his name. He'll say, you know, what position he plays and what school he went to. And Jordan didn't know this. I feel like it was a week later, or maybe even 2 weeks later, he comes into our office and just sets a script in front of me. And it has Chedinklage Morgoon, La Carpatron Duke Marriott, Jack Marius Tech Theratrix, you know, Quattro. It had all the names in it.
Yeah.
And I think really the only name I added to the script was Dan Smith from BYU. And one day during a writing session, he said to me, he goes, Keegan, do you know that there's a guy who plays for the Jets, the New York Jets, named D'Brickashaw Ferguson? And I said, oh yeah, Jordan. And then I go, D'Brickashaw Ferguson?
But let me give you a joke that my friend, I'm not going to take credit for this, okay? But my friend used to have a joke. My friend Kinner had a joke years ago that made me laugh harder than I've ever laughed in my life. And he used to say, he's like, my dad's from India, and they don't know American customs, just like you. And he used to say, the tooth fairy, my tooth fell out. And I said, Dad, my tooth fell out. And he goes, okay, throw it in the trash. And he said, no, I'm going to put it under the pillow, and the tooth fairy's going to come in and give me money. And he goes, what? What are you talking about? And he goes, if I put my tooth under the pillow in the middle of the night, a fairy comes in and leaves me $1. And he goes, interesting. And he goes to bed, and he says he wakes up the next day, and he looks underneath his pillow, and there's no money under there. His tooth is still there, and so are 10 of his dad's teeth. And his dad comes in and goes, come on, divvy up the cash, how much did we get? But let me give you a joke that my friend, I can't.
Told. Can you pot skip and just throw the ball in the cup? Why would I need to do that? I don't understand.
How effective do you think companies will be at dragging people back into the office?
It's very difficult to sell people on the new behavior, but once they've experienced the new behavior, the old behavior seems ridiculous. An example I always gave of that is nobody minded buying CDs when it was the only way you could listen to music. Then you had downloads. Of course, the music industry resisted this furiously. The whole idea of downloading, even to the point of not making it possible for people to download things legally. And the problem there is once you'd experienced downloads, the CD seemed suddenly ridiculous. We didn't mind commuting in the same way when we just thought this is just a necessary part of
work is the place you go to.
It's just work is the place you go to. It's Wednesday, it's Friday. So I go into the office. The time you spend on the train, the time you spend cleaning your teeth and getting up early and doing your ablutions didn't feel like a waste of time because it was just what you had to do. The second you've experienced the alternative, which is get out of bed, put a cardigan over your pajamas and click join meeting, all of that kind of palaver suddenly seems twice as painful. And I've got one of those fantastic Quooker taps that produces boiling water on demand. It was difficult to persuade my wife to get one, but once you have one of those things, waiting for a kettle to boil feels somehow weirdly Victorian.
Prehistoric,
ridiculous. Interesting with electric cars. The latest data seems to suggest that although there's a huge amount of resistance to electric cars, the people who make the move generally don't go back.
We were turned from Narnia, but it turned one of us Republican.
We're back at Professor Diggory's.
What adventure it's been. It's like no time has passed at all.
My God, and there's the wardrobe. We need to build a wall.
What?
There's a portal in here that the animals, the talking animals and everything can get in to England.
I think that's how it works. Also, you just spent decades ruling them as their benevolent king.
And now that I'm a little boy once more, I realized that they probably want to come here and take jobs away from good British people.
Players, Sam says from now on, whenever a player curses, a point goes in the swear jar. Thank you so much, Ash.
What's the cutoff for swears?
What's a
Are we
swear?
like PG-13?
Great question. Damn is a swear.
Woo! PG rules. It's a lot of fudges but thrown around.
Let's take 1 point of Jake's and put it in the swear jar for ass.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Jake, I don't want you to see this as an attack on you, but I just do have to know. He said the other C word.
What's the other C word?
It's the one that comes out of a male's... What are you doing right now, Liz?
Hey, guys, stop. No. Hey, here.
players sing.
My wife one time found a pair of jeans in my laundry, like girls' jeans, sexy girl jeans. She goes, "Whose are these?" And I started laughing so hard that I couldn't defend myself. I go, "I have no idea." And I was like, I don't know where they came from. And she goes, "Where the fuck would you find these?" And I was like, "I have no fucking idea. I have no idea." And she legit was like, "How the fuck would you have come home with girl jeans?" Her best friend was like, "Fuck him, he's a cheater, divorce him. He's a cheater, you caught him. He's a cheater, divorce him." And then my wife's like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna wear the jeans." So we go out to dinner with her best friend, Julie, and she wears the jeans. And Julie says, "Hey, you're wearing my jeans." Leanne goes, "These are the jeans I found in his laundry." And she's like, "No, those are my jeans." She's like, "I've been looking for those jeans." And Leanne goes, "How did your jeans get in his laundry?" Turns out I had come home from the airport, gone to Julie's house to party, put my jacket on her chair, her jeans were on the chair, picked up my jacket and her jeans. I was like, "Fucking, I told you! I fucking told you I'm not a cheater!" My wife one time found...
Who is most likely to cry in the crying bathroom?
There's only 2 options?
There's only 2 options. Oh no, that means everyone agreed on the same 2 people.
No way!
That's horrible.
I'm gonna say Tommy.
Oh, that's good. That's good. It's like the mascot.
Shut up!
You're like you.
Kiana, shut up!
You're the mascot of the crying bathroom.
Show me Tommy. Fuck you guys.
79.
I'll be right back. Who is
How are your elos so close, but one is GM and the other is an IM? Because GM is like this. GM is like, you get false respect for that little G. All right, a little G right there. All right, wait, what? Wait, are you guys seeing that? Wait, do you guys see that? It says international, what? Yo, chess.com, what is this, bro? Chess.com, what is going on? This dude worked his whole life to get this title and you're making him the same as me? How are your elos so close, but one is GM and the other is...
What do you do for work? What airline do you work for?
It's a cargo airline. We don't fly passengers, just cargo.
Oh, okay. I'd like to get like tickets to that. I feel like it could be cheaper. What kind of cargo are on these airlines? I'm sorry. Okay. So I asked for any example, and first you said a thing that can fly already, and then you said whales. You listed 2 things that could get here by other means than an airplane. Who wants a whale? So you put a whale. You put it in water. The whale. You're keeping it alive. They fly whales on planes. You know how cramped I am on the fucking airplane sometimes? And I'm like, God, if they stopped flying fucking whales, maybe I'd have some leg room on this goddamn plane. None of you got bingo. That said, we do have a winner. Yeah! Welcome, players!
What's happening?
Simple. Trap, could you do me a favor and read your winning bingo line aloud?
Let me be clear.
Number
In
1.
quotes, monologue lasting over 10 seconds.
God damn it.
Number 3 is hell yeah.
Yes, of course it is.
Number 4 is anti-capitalist message.
What was number 5?
Of course, the last one is touches Sam, your friend with a tie.
The players in the green room have been filling in the blanks for these challenges.
Katie, I'm so
the
sorry.
entire time.
Wait,
So
these
all the
prompts
fill in the blanks were from the players upstairs.
Right.
None of you got bingo. That said,
Her goes on your hands. Who's got the kid? Her goes on your hands. Who's got the kid?
Climb in.
I'm not getting in there.
You know, they all say that, and then they all get in. You know why? Hope. Inside that barrel, there's still life. Out here, only death. And you and I both know that despite the evidence literally tattooed on your side, you don't think you're dying today. So get in the barrel. Get down. Look. Any last words?
Yeah. You're gonna be dead long before I am.
Climb in.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
Whoa, 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 hey, this is private property. No, not inches, come on.
Hey, don't touch me. Do not.
Look, not touching, Kate, not touching here. Look, lady.
My name is Skylar White, yo. My husband is Walter White, huh? He told me everything. My brother-in-law is a DEA agent, understood? Do not sell marijuana to my husband.
Okay.
I mean it. Don't call our house again, or you will be one sorry individual. You get me?
I think so, yeah. I can dig it.
You can dig it. You might want to consider a different line of work. Excuse me? Excuse me?
Whoa, 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 hey, this is private property. No, not inches, come on.
Hey, don't touch me. Do not.
Look, not touching, Kate, not touching here. Look, lady.
My name is Skylar White, yo. My husband is Walter White, huh? He told me everything. My brother-in-law is a DEA agent, understood? Do not sell marijuana to my husband.
Okay.
I mean it. Don't call our house again, or you will be one sorry individual. You get me?
I think so, yeah. I can dig it.
You can dig it. You might want to consider a different line of work. Excuse me? Excuse me?
Whoa, 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 hey, this is private property. No, not inches, come on.
Hey, don't touch me. Do not.
Look, not touching, Kate, not touching here. Look, lady.
My name is Skylar White, yo. My husband is Walter White, huh? He told me everything. My brother-in-law is a DEA agent, understood? Do not sell marijuana to my husband.
Okay.
I mean it. Don't call our house again, or you will be one sorry individual. You get me?
I think so, yeah. I can dig it.
You can dig it. You might want to consider a different line of work. Excuse me? Excuse me?
Whoa, 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 hey, this is private property. No, not inches, come on.
Hey, don't touch me. Do not.
Look, not touching, Kate, not touching here. Look, lady.
My name is Skylar White, yo. My husband is Walter White, huh? He told me everything. My brother-in-law is a DEA agent, understood? Do not sell marijuana to my husband.
Okay.
I mean it. Don't call our house again, or you will be one sorry individual. You get me?
I think so, yeah. I can dig it.
You can dig it. You might want to consider a different line of work. Excuse me? Excuse me?
Whoa, 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 hey, this is private property. No, not inches, come on.
Hey, don't touch me. Do not.
Look, not touching, Kate, not touching here. Look, lady.
My name is Skylar White, yo. My husband is Walter White, huh? He told me everything. My brother-in-law is a DEA agent. Understood? Do not sell marijuana to my husband.
Okay.
I mean it. Don't call our house again, or you will be one sorry individual. You get me?
I think so, yeah. I can dig it.
You can dig it. You might want to consider a different line of work. Excuse me? Excuse me?
Whoa, hey, this is private property. No, not interested. Come on.
Hey, don't touch me. Do not.
Look, not touching. Okay, not touching here. Look, lady.
My name is Skylar White, yo. My husband is Walter White, huh? He told me everything. My brother-in-law is a DEA agent. Understood? Do not sell marijuana to my husband.
Okay.
I mean it. Don't call our house again, or you will be one sorry individual. You get me?
I think so, yeah. I can dig it.
You can dig it. You might want to consider a different line of work. Excuse me? Excuse me?
Whoa, hey, this is private property. No, not interested. Come on.
Hey, don't touch me. Do not.
Look, not touching. Okay, not touching here. Look, lady.
My name is Skylar White, yo. My husband is Walter White, huh? He told me everything. My brother-in-law is a DEA agent. Understood? Do not sell marijuana to my husband.
Okay.
I mean it. Don't call our house again, or you will be one sorry individual. You get me?
I think so, yeah. I can dig it.
You can dig it. You might want to consider a different line of work. Excuse me? Excuse me?
Whoa, hey, this is private property. No, not interested. Come on.
Hey, don't touch me. Do not.
Look, not touching. Okay, not touching here. Look, lady.
My name is Skylar White, yo. My husband is Walter White, huh? He told me everything. Birdsman is.
Like, take a cool picture, man. Like, what, you know what I mean? Like,
Oblivious,
this every
look at that
every hobby
fire
has
with
this in
sunglasses.
common, right? Like, you're either like a guy spending like $400 on a new driver to try to get it to hit farther.
You
but
guys
it's
are
like,
crushing
you
this. Thank you so much. This one's the Spotify number
Right.
only
Like,
because
you got
there's
20
no such thing as an
guitars, but
aggregate
it's like
live
you need
number.
to learn your scales.
But Spotify gives it to you.
Sure.
And like
yeah.
you've got, you know, and so on and so on, right? Like,
Oh,
No,
thanks,
you're
Bobby.
absolutely right.
That's
It's like those like the guys in Nigeria who are doing like these unbelievable pencil drawings, and all they have is like a pencil and crappy paper.
it's the same pencil.
And then-
It's like literally the
Here we
same
go.
one you threw away, and they found it.
Exactly.
my new single,
And
Phoenix.
yeah, and I've got
This
like
is
a
obviously the live
closet
version,
full of art
but
supplies
there's a
in my
very
house that I
epic recorded
never
version that was
use,
free.
and it's like stupid. Yeah, I know.
No, and you're right, Icebreaker. It's like you see the things, and like this is how I am with all the teenage engineering stuff. I'm like, this is definitely gonna make me more creative, right? Like, but like, is it though? You know?
The other thing, there's a video that Simon did. I sent it to my niece because I think it's just so cool. He did a video that's basically like why it's okay to suck at an instrument.
Right.
And he again, like I think he's really got a point because he's basically like saying like don't prevent yourself from recording and writing music just because you think you suck at something. Like you can still be creative and make something interesting. And sometimes it's more creative than if you're like, if you're like the guy, you know, like if you've been doing your scales forever. And I think that's really true, you know, like.
Well, it's hard to think inside the box if you don't even know about the box. part of this was like, that's why I felt like I had such an opportunity when learning what to like not make certain things before I did it. Like, and that's how I feel about like, just how I feel about like copying and pasting other people's code.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't want to know how everyone does it until I at least use one crappy way.
I think that's really valid. Oh, we got a raid.
Oh, we got the Shadow Knight. I never see that one.
The Shadow Knight.